The secretary in charge of kids stand, Norma. Thank you. شنات آنی دانو فنیجی خدا نیفته جو فعلا خدا نبیگی خطا هاش دو کوچیان هشیم خدا نبیگی بیچی نشدی. So with that, I'd like to call the meeting to order at 10:21 a.m. And if I could have Miss Sosi do roll call. Oh, you don't, okay, Mr. Chahi, if you can please do roll call.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committees of the 25th Navajo Nation Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, September 27th, 2023. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna N. Claw, excused. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto So. Madam Chair, you have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum for this regular meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chahi for the roll call. Next on our proposed agenda, we do have invocation Shokodo Yaj Honorable Simpson citizen being Ha'adile for the RDC meeting here this morning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the RDC, Roger Cage, and on that they finished so I see it's okay. So easy. We don't follow it. Thank you for the beautiful morning. The women's here, beautiful person that is so to this here. All we ask you to do this. We ask for guidance and give wisdom to the devices for now. We ask you to also be for leaders at the local level, through the law, through state level, through federal law, also give guidance when to consider for our citizens in the United States. We should be following action, gain action with our families that we are today at home, and just be with it. And we can continuously try to stay at home, following action to be with our active soul, that should require freedom. Every single day that we have freedom practically, we ask you to be with them and their families. Again, talking to them. Just allowing us all blessings again, so Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Honorable Simpson for that prayer here. Thank you again. With that, I'd like to go ahead and go forward to announcements. Any members of RDC or Mr. Tahi with any announcements at this time? Okay, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, tomorrow for Thursday, September 28th at 10 a.m. Navi will have a regular meeting that'll be held at the Navajo Nation Council Chamber. The following week on Monday, October 2nd and Tuesday, October 3rd, the Resource and Development Committee will be at Wolf Springs Ranch to tour the facility and hear updates from the ranch itself. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is my announcement.
Any other members of Resources Development Committee at this time with any announcements? Going once, going twice. Okay, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and go on to item number 2 on the proposed agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and allow my colleagues of Resources and Development Committee to introduce themselves, starting with Vice Chair Arnold Johnson.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Let's try one more time. Good morning. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson. Shay Madeshki Nishna Hashkan Hazo Bashichin Hana Nideshe Senator Dishna Ego the Nanishna. It's a beta in a shop. So those are my plans. I'm from toward Gray Mountain, Grand Canyon area, Cameron. That's where my father's from, and my mother's from Botaway Gap area, up on the Preston Mesa area, Monavi. So those are where my mother's side is from. So just wanted to share that with you. I want to thank Chilchota chapter for hosting RDC meeting today. It's an honor to be here. It's a very beautiful chapter. I have to borrow your blueprints and take it back to the west side. So just wanted to thank you for being here. You know, it's good to see all our beautiful Diné people here with us today, and also the legislative staff. Thank you for being here with us, the legislative council, all my RDC colleagues, thank you for being here. We have one more still en route. I think they stopped by Jerry's Cafe for a quick breakfast, so they should be here pretty soon. So I just wanted to say thank you and welcome, and it's good to have RDC go out to the communities, and see the communities. This is my first time actually here. I pressed the maps on and it took me all the way. I think it took me on a sightseeing tour coming around this way. It's a very beautiful country. And where I'm from, it's and a lot of skinny jackrabbits, and even the jackrabbits don't want to live there. So it's really bare. So my dad says godforsaken country, but we still live there. I don't know why, but so maybe I'll apply for a home site lease out here or something. But yeah, just want to thank you. You got a very beautiful country here, and I look forward to a very productive meeting. Let's have a great meeting, RDC colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, so should not Army Vice President or Vice Chair Johnson. I'd like to go ahead and take it to Shania, Honorable Chair Ness.
Is the fifth to be enough?
Ja, and one chapter or gate World War II veterans in the I sit in the
I have on this.
the kitchen so I had general in the city in there so I don't live former delegate George Arthur on the so I was stronger chapter actually should be about that. Shan Wang in a Hanza of the room, burn and down income. Yeah, they are not so low, begin to have a loan there.
Go ahead, Honorable Citizen, sir.
Yeah, this is in there, dying. They've been state gangs to the chicken. They cannot do my stuff, work on that. I'll eventually to achieve, which was just I said that, but I need to change. In chapter one, I studied the Herb Road like easy, Big Valley, White Rock, statistics, Crown Point, Michigan, Stanley. Although that is, okay, I don't be with the author, George Otto. I worked with the two terms he studied there. I was going to tell you, Vice President Joe Lee, I served 2 terms with him. I believe it was a 23rd council guy. So that is it, Mr. Lee. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't, she got, Honorable Citizen for your introduction. Next, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to our legislative services staff, as they are very important to our team with Resources and Development Committee. This team usually sets up before we get to these meetings, and they're on top of everything for us. So I'll start with Mr. Taki.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of RDC, those present, those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the legislative advisor for Resources and Development Committee. I'm County Senjakin and originally from Steve, Arizona. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, and then to Ms. Sosi. Just talk.
Yeah. Chili next round, probably, but we that never see that to change home garden, that's money. To AI, and my name is Bucky Sheffield, and I work for the legislative assembly.
I can have Ms. Sosi, and then I'd like to have Ms. Nota introduce herself.
Good morning, everyone. Shay, Brown, and Share. Cutting the mission, touching the budget tunes, and everything that I'm from Hydrants, Arizona, and I'm assisting on behalf of Lemon Rose. Thank you.
Yeah, would you like me to Ms. Khan? Yeah, Ms. Khan and also, Ms. Quinn.
Good morning, Madam Chair, one of the members of the Union of Independent, my name is April Claire, and I'm with the Office of Legislature.
Yeah, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to, chapter staff and leadership. So, Ms. Strong, if you could just quickly introduce yourself, that's all right.
That's it. We don't on I don't know how to out there. Then was I was up on the other, yeah, on a, as I say, other kind of a question on that. Although, oh, I hope is that was that not like. So it's in a while. So they had those and the sauce. I thought I as a delegate. It is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. So I think all of them know that now. Maybe it's easier now because everything's using technology, right? So maybe your work is cut in half. I don't know. But it's good to be here. Thank you. Welcome to our chapter. Thank you.
Ms. John, auto in the Mr. Harvey Williams, President, introduction.
Harvey Williams and she got football and she don't understand my crazy or that's what she does. Clean day has since our visa or gable. It's other or she is part of the Navajo history that came into the church rock area, all the eyes in a shop. I don't present that's in the case, the Jones Ranch, which is like 4 miles west of here. Adi Kakesh, Edo Kapino, now Kishinaka, Kakesh, Edo, Ado Kados, and Aldos, after the stone of Tommy L. Nelson. He passed away from COVID-19. It's just Pedoni Tadi, Kasidi, Peru, Second, Ado, Pedona, Tani, that's Ado, Pedona, Tani, Snorri, comes up for just since 2021, yet. Madam Chair and all your staff here, and welcome to Chapter community. Thank you for your comment on how good our chapter is. I've been getting a lot of good compliments from people that we have a good chapter out here. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, for the the auto Kodashi, Joe MP, Vice President. That's even. Yes.
Welcome to God's country. Somebody mentioned it's a beautiful place. We have everything that we want to. And everything we have, we have pennions today. So we sent that. Anyway, it's a thing. I don't know about the chain. I don't know. That's another evening. I'm going to see it. I don't know. I think so now there is coin under the case in it. I don't know. I don't know that. I've been here. I've been in leadership for 10 hours. 18 years old. I'm 83 now. So you figure it out. Thank you very much. Again, that's why somebody said that he wants to make a on-site needs request here. I thought there's been a question.
Mr. Lee, the auto Secretary Treasurer, Ms. Musket.
Yeah, they've been, so, I had put in time on that. Honorable, Jesus. I don't, the council delegates that are here, everyone that's here, everybody is so important here, so, but we all are, so I just wanna, welcome all of you. Share your, I've mentioned, but Share that, got nothing. That's a I enjoyed it. I've learned a lot over the years. And do's and don'ts, you know, that's how we learn each and every day. And but yes, we are in a very beautiful country here and I live here. I'm thankful for that. And yes, we get a lot of compliments on our chapter house. It took us like 9-10 years for us to renovate our chapter. Basal resource that indicator basal Chofago, we got all the money and we're able to build this beautiful chapter house, and we do get a lot of compliments. We take care of it and we welcome you here to our building and just wish that we'll all have a good day and say had not.
Although he had none of partners the no any though with the book a star book in on the start of any other way on the food can be at the heart honey the jungle heart the yado the jungle equidona the shinrigi that of ego with our beings are for jish. Although I'd like to go ahead and have Mr. Halota introduce himself.
Pues sí, la ya pero tuvo Chicago. I don't, I think, so much, but to change whole hundred another beyond the field. I mean, of course, you were the video natural resources, I think, not, the president Niger field, you know, it was us. Of course, yeah, you know.
Yeah, national army, the national army, Shadeja Eddie.
Good morning, thank you for receiving members. Anderson, Augusta, and the chef. It's an opportunity to which is Jean. That makes up the national work on it. I'm from the other side of God's country in Sawmill. Thank you. Very nice. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry, as the department manager, the general line development department. Thank you.
I wish he had Shadeja. I don't think he got these. I don't get black hats.
Good morning, I'm Veronica Blackhat. I'm the Assistant Attorney General for Natural Resources Unit. I'm originally from Newcomb and I've been with DOJ for a little over 23 years now. And the driver was nice.
Ado, Shania, she, the Deputy Division Director. Introduction.
Emmanuel Charlie Michelle. They're here. Tia Holly saw from you. I don't know. You see them, you know,
Okay, yeah, Ado. Next, I'd like to go ahead and have the NTUA staff introduce themselves, starting with Mr. Walter Haas.
Good morning. I'm Walter Thomas. Yeah. I've been the general manager of NTUA and for 16 years now. I have the honor and privilege to hold that office. I have more than 35 years in the industry. This is the fourth utility company I've managed throughout the United States. I'm originally from Chicago, born and raised. I'm a master of an engineering degree from the University of Illinois in electrical engineering. I'm a professional engineer in several states. And I also have an MBA from Keller Grad School in Chicago. So it's my pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Haas. And then next, I'd like to go ahead and take it to Mr. Ashley first, and I'll take it to Mr. Coontz.
Well, yeah,
It's this one.
yeah, that's what that cheating, I seen, but it's cheating, so not in the team that another. Government liaison, yeah, that telling on the start, the NTUA, but. Is there Martin asked you, that ain't being equal, it's on the RDC committee members and staff, good morning.
Yeah, Mr. Ashley. Next, we get to Mr. Coontz.
Good morning, everyone, Madam Chair, RDC, staff and guests here. Rex Coontz, Deputy General Manager with Intuit for about 36 years. And worked on that all life in the utilities, delivering services to people. And so I've been employed through the city, Donato, Fort Defiance, but they have always served on that. So, and it is a beautiful place here. So I thought the same thing. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Nelson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the RDC Committee, members here of the chapter, community members, Rainey Nelson, and Kia Ani and Schlitt, there's a message king, a message non-next area, that's another option, Associate Deputy General Manager of Intuit is my formal title. Thank you.
Ms. Travis.
Good morning, honorable members of the RDC committee, staff, visitors and guests.
Okay, who else from NTUA?
We have board. We have several board members.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and allow at this time the board to introduce themselves, starting with Ms. Arvizo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the RDC committee. And Wynette Arvizo and Shia Hatsoy Einstein, Maybe Fashisti, Nanish Edge, I am the Vice Chair of the NTUA Management Board. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the RDC committee. It's nice to meet some of you, to the community members here. Shaya, Belinda, Yaracha, Yanishia, and I'm often going to trade session. And I come from I was born and raised in the Monroe Defiance area. My background is I worked in utilities, some investment utilities over 20 years. Affecting power plants, familiar with water, air quality, etc. But also very familiar with governance processes as well. I live currently in the Phoenix area, the other part of God's country where it's really hot.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, we have 4 of the staff members.
Yes, I'll go ahead and allow time for their introduction as well.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the RDC committee, Gerard Curley and Michelle. As you know, this one personally about this team, so this is say trust me that you know it. My mom's side of the family is from Mary on Lake Pinedale. My dad's side is from Sanasti in Chicago area, and I serve as the CFO for NTUA.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Orlando Pete. I work as an assistant controller. I've been with NTUA for about it'll be 7 years next month. My plans are going for fiscal business to go on a case and good morning, everyone.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Boy Yazi. I'm NTUA IT manager. My plans are on special touch, which little other lucky budget team. Corporate that Chedo Kia on it, like mentioned. Well, I'm originally from the foothills of the
God's country, that's Allentown. Right there, the back road here with my horse. It's, right in back here. We're not, nice to meet you all.
Okay, hi, Mr. Yazzie.
At the event, yeah, Brandon did see you get my D speaking in slip. Okay, what's the team last day? That's a team. Okay, that's another. Now we'll talk over. So that my son, now we'll play the utility authority, but that is on Mr. Janet.
Congratulations.
Sure, one of the board members just not.
Sure. Lastly, I'll go ahead and introduce. Ancient and honorable colleagues of Resource Joseph Martin, strong for the team, Panalahi that the tail for Hannah that another, the hot area, a mother, my son and Mishna. Other triple to Yeda, other HSBK from St. Michael's close to the southern area, and I think that's God's country as well. And I'm really humbled to be part of the 25th Navajo Nation Council representing St. Michael's, Oak Springs, and Pine Springs communities. I don't know that for everyone being present here in person, and also to listeners on the call, to my relatives, their
department manager with assistance of Navajo Department of Justice shall provide a report to the Resource and Development Committee regarding the terms of the contract with Vertical Bridge. The report shall include a scope of work, record of collections, payment by Navajo Nation to the Vertical Bridge and related topics. The Navajo Department of Justice shall counsel the Resource and Development Committee whether this report should be conducted in executive session. F, approving off-Navajo Nation travel to Washington, D.C. to advocate the Biden-Harris administration and congressional leaders on matters related to, but not limited to, Navajo and land and resources, natural resources on Monday, October 23rd and Tuesday, October 24th, 2023. Travel will begin Sunday, October 22nd, 2023, and will also be dependent on a federal government shutdown. G, approving to cancel Resource and Development Committee's regular meeting for Wednesday, October 25th, 2023 at 10 a.m. and scheduling a special meeting for Friday, October 27th, 2023 at 8 a.m. due to the travel to Washington, D.C. 8, close the meeting, announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi. So with that, I do have a motion by Honorable Nez. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Otto. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any amendments or questions or additions to the agenda here before us? Honorable Nez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that the main motion has been established, I'd like a motion to amend the agenda. Amendment 1, to go to old business and then new business first. And perhaps with your recommendation, Chair, I was looking at our text message. Perhaps we could add approving to change our meeting from October 6th to the 5th, Chair. So that'll be my motion, or we can put it on the next REC agenda.
Honorable Nez for a motion is on the floor. Resources and Development Committee members for amendment number 1. With the agenda here before us, the motion was to take old business and new business first before the reports, along with approving to change meeting for Development Committee meeting for next Friday, October the 6th. With that, questions? Vice Chair Johnson.
Yes, I'd like to thank Chairman Nez for the recommendation of moving the meeting from the 6th to the 5th. We're going to be traveling back from Wolf Springs that day before, which is Wednesday, right? And then I would ask my colleagues to consider just canceling that meeting and just moving it at a later date, because we do have meetings on Friday as well.
Vice Chair Johnson, back to the motioning party, Honorable Nez. Vice Chair Johnson did recommend, due to the travel back from Colorado and having staff needing to prepare for the RDC meeting for Thursday, October the 5th. The recommendation is to cancel the meeting for Resources and Development Committee the week of October the 2nd and move it to a later time as a special meeting. What is your, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, just for the committee's consideration, if the meeting for Friday, October 6th is canceled, which is a special meeting, the next regular meeting would be on Wednesday, October 11th at 10 a.m. Please keep in mind that that week is the week leading up to Navajo Nations Council fall session. So on Monday, we will have 3 committees that will be meeting. So the earliest possible date would be the 10th, but the 10th is already secured for a work session regarding the burial regulations that RDC requested. So if there's going to be another special meeting, I would just recommend that we just keep the Wednesday, October 11th meeting. For the October sixth, special meeting, we only have at the current moment 3 reports. There's no new legislation that hasn't been posted. And 2 of those reports are from the federal government, the US EPA. And if the federal government shutdown does happen, we have no reports, only 1. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is something that I recommend that this body considers.
Mr. Tahi. So the purpose of wanting to reschedule the October 6th meeting is 3 members of Resources and Development Committee serve on the gaming subcommittee. And there has been a meeting that's already been scheduled almost 2 weeks ago now by Chair Charles Newton. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and take it back to the motioning party, Honorable Nez. If we can just go to the recommendation that Mr. Taki had gave, but right now I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Aruso.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been Ajudita. See. Okay, yeah, it's been a lotion resources and development committee. My recommendation, this has whatever meets the need of the committee due to our we all crisscross the Navajo Nation almost every day. Out plus our own constituency area that we serve. I do support whatever the committee recommends, and but one of my recommendations just to consider is the morning of the 10th. I know we have a work session scheduled for 9. If we can push back that work session from the afternoon and address the committee meeting from 9:30, 8 or 8, 9 o'clock to noon, just to hear reports. Then we'll go into the work session mode afterwards. That way it gives us time to break for lunch. Then we can move to work session. This work session is not a official, there's no official action that happens at a work session. So before that, the official actions could happen at the special meeting, the morning of the 10th of October. Thank you.
Honorable Aruso. So with that, back to the motioning party, Honorable Nez, you did hear from your colleagues, so I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable colleagues here today. Since we're gonna switch the date from the 5th to the 5th due to gaming subcommittee that 3 of my colleagues are on, perhaps we should just cancel our meeting on the 5th and the 6th, but just focus on the Wednesday and put everything on there on Wednesday. I don't know if there's enough time to let the federal EPA know that we could have it in November as well. So I'm good with if we just keep everything on Wednesday. Because the 10th, during our work session, it starts at 9 o'clock. We really need to focus on burials and cemeteries that day. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Hagoshi. Hagoshi, Ado, Shanai, Honorable Chair Nez for your recommendation. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, again, there is a motion on the floor for amendment number 1 to take care of old business and new business first before we go to receiving reports. And along with that, the recommendation is to cancel the regular Resources Development committee meeting for October, the recommendation of October 5th and 6th, and just go straight to Wednesday, October the 11th, and add everything to the agenda item for the October 11th meeting. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and ask for a second on this amendment number 1. Vice Chair Johnson, thank you. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, do we have any other questions on amendment number 1? Going once, going twice. Okay, with that, Mr. Tahi, can you please take a roll call vote on amendment number 1?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1 on moving item number 6 and number 7 to item number 5 and 6, moving everything down and canceling the special meeting that be held on October 6th. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rickness, vote screen.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
So amendment number 1 passes. And going back to main motion on the agenda, do we have any other additions or deletions or recommendation to the agenda before us here? Going once, going twice. Mr. Tahi, can you please take a roll call vote on the proposed agenda here before us?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rickness, vote screen.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tahi. So with that, motion carries. So we do have an approved agenda here before us. So going on to next item on the agenda, we are going to what is now number 5, old business, letter 8, or I'm sorry, I apologize. Going on to number 4, reviewing and approving journals. We do have the September 15th, 2023 Special Resources Development Committee meeting journals that was sent out via email. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion for the journal for September 15th meeting?
Motion.
Honorable Otto So, and may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. Members of Resources Development Committee, do we have any questions or comments on the journals for September 15th special meeting? Going once, going twice. So with that, Mr. Tahi, could you please take a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving and improving the journal for September 15th, 2023. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Motion carries, Mr. Tahi. So with that, motion carries. Going on to the new item number 5, old business now, letter 8, Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This time, I'd like to give some time to Speaker Otto So for introductions. And he can tell us where his God country is from.
Yeah. Good morning, afternoon.
Good morning.
For my God country right now. Where the confluence is at, the boundary of the western boundary of the Navajo Nation, where the Grand Canyon meets the our boundary. Article the Hajano, the has added, but it's the added. Auto So and share. Now, could natural here cleaning share. Now, as a couple of machine, look at the net as a check. I don't not Jimmy, it doesn't matter. I mentioned little honest is the basements. I'm sure I don't hold just I don't preservation has animate and resource and development committee. Prior before I served on the law and order committee for 2 terms. I served with Honorable Bennett, so there, and if it ego, and that she's nish. I don't know what on and you didn't give Hanaga, so Christians out, Russians out, Kaddish, the show, but this month, I need no. Kali put put it, Nina, she beat her. It would unhitch us, say, oh, here, Hano Yado, touch it, I did yadi, touch it, no, hard law, or yet, and let chill chart, what no hardy behind. Hard is or yet, chill chart, so. And there could go, yeah, touch it, cut. It now the chair is not ash, Bishmas Angelo, Ashing so charm in snow other, a kid had a stable, but but some. No, that is not us, added, Ashing so, she names so time kid that means, lady that needs these had no hashes tweet, are there, as tweet are in the cow, able toเขาจะดันซาดช่างขันละหดโลใครthat is how the older generation used to communicate. I don't that we have friends but the Jones Ray so standing that Kate talk but he sounded dead then actually standing when they one rock fair the other over his get down whatever later obey. Need to say though, Joe Milo, the son other should change what those should not what they should not be what. And then what I need to say though, I can't now I did put then of finish touch it cut off, don't not stay again. Those I need that John year or care.
Especially, Honorable Otto, and I do apologize, we were just straight into the agenda. We'll go ahead and go to the next item on the agenda, which is now 5O business. We do have letter A, legislation 0131-23. Do we have sponsor Honorable Curtis Yanito present here in person? The not honoring Mr. Honorable Yanito. Since we do not have the sponsor present here in person, this item will be deferred to the next Resources and Development Committee meeting agenda. So going on to item number 6, which is new business. Letter A, we do have this co-sponsor present here in person. Legislation 0200-23, Mr. Taghi, could you please read the legislation into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have summary sheet for tracking number 0200-23, date August 3rd, 2023. An action relating to Resource and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, accepting the audit of the Chichita chapter and approving the chapter's proposed corrective action plan. Purpose of this legislation is to approve the audit report for the Chichita chapter and the chapter's corrective action plan. Budget and Finance has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsors Honorable Danny Simpson for tracking number 0200-23, an action relating to the Resource and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, accepting the audit of the Chichita chapter and approving the chapter's proposed corrective action plan. And section 1 outlines the authority, and section 2 is the finding, which in references an exhibit A, exhibit B, exhibit C, and exhibit D. And section 3 is accepting the audit of the Chichita chapter and approving the chapter's proposed corrective action plan, with references exhibit A and exhibit C. And section 4 is the directive. And section 5 is the effective date, and section 6 is the savings clause. Attaches the exhibit A, which is the Office of the Auditor, Navajo Nation, a special review of the Chichita chapter, report number 21-21, dated September 20th to 2021. Attaches exhibit B, which is a letter dated from the Chichita chapter to the lead auditor. Attaches exhibit C, which is the chapter's corrective action plan, which is the CAP period from April 2021 to December 2022. Attaches Exhibit D, which is a resolution from the chapter, resolution number 03-027-23, which is a resolution approving the final Navajo Auditor General's Corrective Action Plan dated November 4th, 2023 for the Chapter Eastern Navajo Agency. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch and Public Review Summary for legislation number 0200-23. The sponsor is Honorable Seth David, co-sponsor is Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation was posted on August 9th, 2023 at 5:25 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended August 14th, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no comments recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation numbers 0200-23 read into the record.
Mr. Tahi. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion on legislation 200-23? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Ricknez. Thank you, gentlemen, and I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to the sponsor or co-sponsor, Honorable Danny Simpson. And also, just let us know when you're going to yield the floor over to your agents, and please have them introduce themselves with their names.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of RDC, members of the ladies and gentlemen, that is my issue. We've got the station between 0200-23. Donnie, so we got the agenda bill passed, my brother, Dylan Second. He would not be able to make it, you know, he's pretty busy, delegates, so we have to just want to do that. I guess you can, love it, you know. We got Dawson, so the legislation, and the purpose of this legislation is to approve the law report of Egyptian chapter and the chapter action plan. And the article is not finding also Auditor Chief to elaborate on the report. If you go back to the members of RDC, I have two representatives from Auditor General. And this goes in very top of the taxation in this case. Technical sheet is called BP. Ilka, the sheet of the explainer. Okay, chapters need can be completed in the chapter efficiently. We chapter in Harvey Williams, our Vice President John Lee, our Executive Chairman, Mr. Mike the GK, over John Lee, Team Service Coordinator. So did you join the findings in all the findings? Issued the Auditor General chapter efficiency. Thank you, Madam Chair, measure the RDC.
Honorable Simpson. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and take a step back a little. I know that we have some listeners on the call, and I don't know if we have anyone from the Office of the Auditor General, Ms. Helen Brown, or your staff on the call.
Nah, we're here.
Oh, I do apologize. I'm sorry.
I just finished her name.
Okay.
Chair, Frisco and Gurley Tom.
So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to the Auditor General's office to give us an overview of the your review of the potential chapter audit review.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karen Brisbane, the Office of the Auditor General. I'm here with Beverly Tom, who will be helping me with this presentation. We're here to present the special review of the Churchill chapter audit report number 21-21. This report was issued back in September of 2021. The audit was completed by Jasmine Gishi and Winona Henry, who are no longer with our office. They reported on 9 findings, and the review period that they looked at was a 12-month period that ended March 31st, 2021. So
I'll go to the report, explain some of the findings. If you look at, in the report, finding one, it states the top and highest family members of the community services coordinator. In the personal policies, it states to prevent improper influence in employment and prevent collection of favoritism. The nation will not employ immediate relatives of current employees. One is directly supervising the other on a regular basis, and there's a potential for creating a conflict of interest. The chapter hired the spouse and siblings of the community services coordinator as a truck driver and a warehouse supervisor. There are no records on file to show these positions were advertised to the community. There is also no evidence that the community service coordinator disclosed her conflict of interest or excused herself from the hiring process and removed herself as a direct supervisor. And she also signed 2 of 5 payroll checks for each of the family members. The hiring of family members presents the appearance of favoritism in employment and an unfair hiring practice. The CSC and vice president did state that urgent hiring was needed during the pandemic, so the vice president made the decision to hire these individuals. However, there was no documented evidence to support this claim. And the administrative service center was aware of the situation and explained that the chapter was advised to fully document these actions, but the chapter did not provide any such documentation. So in finding 2, the community service coordinator approved housing assistance for herself and her spouse. Fiscal policies requires employees to refrain from making, participating in, or influencing decisions where there is any real potential conflict of interest. The CSC approved and awarded housing assistance for herself and her spouse in the amount of 500 each. Both the request for assistance were identical, and that each requested for roofing material. And the CSC's application, the AMS approved it, their assistance for her. However, it was the CSC who authorized the payment and signed the check. Then for the spouse, the CSC approved the housing application, authorized payment and signed the check. Since the CSC benefits from duplicate assistance for a household, this creates an unfair assistance process. Finding 3, the Internal Revenue Service Bureau tax reporting and remittance were late. So policies and the Internal Revenue Service regulations require payroll taxes collected during the month to be deposited to the bank in the following month. And that quarterly reports also be submitted. We examined 12 months of payroll tax deposits totaling over 11,000 for time deposits. In 3 months were late. The chapter also, they made payments anywhere from 1 to 3 months after the due date. In addition, there were 4 payments totaling over 1,500 and were made during our review period, but for the 4 months prior to our scope. We also reviewed 2 quarterly reports that are supposed to be submitted. We looked at it for accuracy and timely submission to the IRS. The report for quarter ending June 2020 was submitted 45 days late and was signed and was unclear if it was actually sent to the IRS. Due to late reporting, the chapter will likely be assessed penalties and fees. The chapter did explain that due to the government shutdown in 2020, the chapter was late in reporting and remitting of payroll taxes. However, the chapter was still dispersing checks to obligations during those months of the shutdown, therefore it had opportunity to submit the report and payment. The AMS was solely preparing, submitting the reports and payments without supervision. Although reports were accurately prepared,
the CSD does not verify the accuracy of these reports, and officials don't periodically verify that these reports and payments are submitted. And finding 4, state unemployment taxes are remitted late. State regulations require employers and to submit quarterly reports and any contributions each quarter. We looked at 4 quarters of unemployment tax deposits. 2 quarters were not paid by the due date. Late payments were from anywhere from 2 to 3 months after the due date. And then they had 1 payment that was made during our review period for a quarter that was prior to us. So, and that one was 5 months overdue. We also reviewed 2 quarterly unemployment tax reports for accuracy and timely submission. The report for quarter ending September 2020 was submitted 3 months after the due date. So the chapter due to the late reporting the chapter, the penalties and fees during the review period, totaling over $200. The chapter explained again that it was due to the government shutdown, and the AMS was solely preparing all these reports, paying the contributions, and but the CSE never reviewed or verified any of this. So on finding 5, chapter property was not insured for 5 months of the fiscal year in 2021. Properties and the navigation budget instruction manual requires the chapter provide the annual underwriting exposure summary for the latest property inventory to risk management, so that it can determine proper insurance premiums. The chapter did not submit its underwriting exposure summary package to risk management until February of 21. As a result, the property insurance lapsed from October 2020 through March 21 when they actually made the payment. So they didn't have insurance for 5 months. Although risk management was accepting documents through email and fax during the COVID pandemic, the chapter did not submit its documents until they needed vehicle insurance. Then they were submitting the documents, and officials were monitoring that the insurance was in place. Finding 6, chapter did not verify completion of housing projects. The chapter's housing policy states that the projects will be completed within 3 months. Home visits will be conducted by the CSE to complete a report, inspection, and photograph. And requires the applicant to return the purchase receipt to the chapter. We looked at 21 recipient files, and 19 of those, totaling over 9,500, did not contain reports. I thought it would show staff confirmed housing assistance projects were complete, and all assistance were awarded between July 2020 and March 21. And there's no receipts on file to verify the recipients use the funds to purchase the approved building materials. So there's a risk that housing assistance awarded will use for unauthorized purposes. The CSC did explain because of our workload that prevented her from making the site visits, but the CSC did not seek any assistance or from other staff such as the AMS. Finding 7, the staffers are not accurately reported in financial statements. Property policies require the AMS to ensure all pertinent documents of all property are kept on file, and the fiscal policies require chapters to report the value of fixed assets and financial statements. If there's no documentation to support it, then the CSC should estimate the value. And LGA defines and capitalized property is non-expendable property having an acquisition value of 1,000 or more. 21 fixed asset items totaling 3.2 million were identified in the chapter property inventory. 21 were verified for, documents such as the receipts, invoices, appraisals, so we could substantiate the values, reported in the inventory. And I'll just number the chapters that you have documents for 19 of those. And as of March 2021, the chapter reported 330,970 in fixed assets in the balance sheet. However, this reported value was questionable, so staff is carrying over the same fixed asset amount that was posted in the accounting system back in 2011 with no updates to it. So there's a variance of about 3 million between the inventory and balance sheet, and the chapter's financial statements were deemed to be unreliable. CSC solely prepared and maintained the inventory without anybody reviewing it, and the staff do not maintain proper records, and the secretary does not verify fixed assets reported in balance sheet is accurate. In finding 8 employment notices for temporary employees are missing or incomplete. Fiscal policies require personnel records for each employee to be maintained at the chapter administration, including personnel action forms. There were 16 temporary employees, and there's a personnel action forms were reviewed. 9 employees continued employment with the chapter beyond their termination date. Their employment continued anywhere from 2 weeks to 5 months after their approved termination date. The EMS did not process new PAFs to extend employment. And 5 temporary employees had PAFs with no termination date, and 1 did not have a PAF. So in the absence of complete and approved PAF, employees are not authorized to be paid wages. The EMS required temporary employees to complete their own PAF. And the ARS reviews, prepares, approves, and the PAF without review by the CSD to ensure there are proper segregation of duties in place. Then finding 9, the public and private project fund are not consistently used for their intended purpose. The chapter public employment policy states the program is to provide short-term employment and training to register chapter members based on the availability of funds, and the length of employment will be 6 months in a training position. So there were 16 employees that we reviewed, and 2 employees were employed more than 6 months. They were employed between 7 and 10 months. And then further examination of records in the accounting system showed that the 2 employees have been previously employed by the chapter for the same job responsibilities over a 3-year period. This practice is inconsistent with the intent of the program, which is to provide short-term employment and training opportunities to community members. The chapter did not provide documentation to demonstrate the position was publicly advertised, and there was no other applicants who justified the rehiring of the same individuals. And there's no documented training plans for the employees to demonstrate that on-the-job training was provided. Meeting members are not given opportunity to gain work experience and training to improve their chances of getting full employment. Full kind of employment. In addition, they were hiring for the same employees. There's the appearance of favoritism. The CSC stated that she would extend or rehire employees because it's difficult to get local residents to apply, but there's no evidence that other applicants were considered. And the CSC explained that they document training plans in project applications, but these are job descriptions rather than training plans. Those are the 9 findings that were reported. The chapter provided a written response to this report in which they agreed with the findings. The chapter developed a corrective action plan, which was reviewed by our office and accepted by the Auditor General. Corrective action plan was approved by the chapter members to sign and chapter resolution, which is all in the
the legislation packet. Therefore, we're seeking approval from the committee for the audit report and the corrective action plan. That's the end of my presentation.
She, yeah, Arnold Simpson, co-sponsored. You want to go ahead and give the floor over to your agents to give us an overview on the corrective action plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she? So, I don't know if you want to start with the chapter coordinator or the chapter officials.
It'd be appropriate for the check coordinator to go ahead and present a quick action plan, then get back to check official.
Was she? Okay, so Ms. John.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Resources Committee of the Navajo Nation and your staff. And from the Chickasaw chapter, I'm Rosalind John, I'm the CSE. And I know we've been working on this corrective action plan for several months with Auditor General. I have no further comments because we did submit our corrective action plan and it was approved and we have shared it with our community members as well. So I have no other comments unless you have questions. Thank you.
So with that, are we going to go ahead and allow the chapter officials? Okay, so I'll go ahead and allow the chapter officials to weigh in on the corrective action plan that was that is here before us, that is attached to the legislation for obligation on.
Okay, Resources and Development Committee. Chapter, typical chapter president, Mr. Heidi Williams. They are together for Rido, Kodoya, the Mabasaka. I don't this issue was addressed to me when I first came on a month later after the audit period. I came on in April of 2021. So being the chapter president, I had taken the issue with the vice president, the secretary treasurer, and the chapter administration to put this plan together to go forward and make these corrective actions. That has been fined against the chapter here, which I believe you all have a copy of the corrective action plan.
Oh, yes, we do, sir.
Okay,
I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for CCAT, okay. She came to come to present the idea, the station 02-23. Madam Chair, okay, official staff here, Auditor General staff, and she chapter. Madam Chair, this is the one that one of my chapter officials that I represent. All stated, but all is good. We learn from it, and we believe that we do need mistakes, and that's why it's good we have a lot of that. We do corrective action done to correct those findings. I really recommend the Auditor General's office putting out the chapters to the audit chapter. Again, we all make mistakes. And this is the purpose of audits. The curriculum is stated for probably each chapter, and no chapter is perfect. And sometimes, we talk about issues that we think that chapter staff or chapter officials should not be accepted. The voting members did. The voting members of the chapter. And to me, I don't see them where there's probably rules called needs to be followed, how a chapter official, chapter administration, or city, I think it's what needs to be corrected. But people tend to say, give me chapter conduct, what the chapter conduct, they're original voters and they're entitled. That's my personal opinion. And how to be treated as regular members. And I know members of these chapters, and I'm very vocal about that because they're registered voters and members of the nomination registered voters in each chapter. But again, she got that roll call, we So she could actually finding these are either. So how we help with chapter administration or chapter community system, but there has to be full cost of that for the correct action plan. But you really look at it, go, you know, I really commend on people say money being the bottles in the obviously if they do that. Certain protocol that was followed there that were not, certain protocol were not followed. But there's a chapter Z, you know, the big bottles in that, they're missing the uncountable 30,000 they will cut the caught. So I think every finding is major, but that's the purpose of audit. So she casual a or she went or she did double actually a presentation manager and then see another individual that goes to correct action plan. So she had open to a presentation on legislation 200-23. Thank you, Madam Chair of Minister of RC.
Should not Honorable Simpson for bringing legislation 200-23 to our Resources and Development Committee with sponsor the Honorable Chair Damon. Nana Hehakado Chedano Anido Kulinigi Hashim Sogo Ayat Nanegi Ayat the Hatnas Mete on Nishi Ado Zinigi Lebe has Ani 5 management system in chapter leading the husband a thought is that the no is not partner to Hadas to a carry the initial the navigators on the title 26 within an Alhonation code a to Ajigation. A call Denigi Aya Jokodo Aya Kinat Ani Denigi Honorable Simpson Dokodo Hotnut and the Dokodo coordinator Denigi Aya Chitahan Denigi Aya corrective action plan though Hashim so she I done Denigi that they should show timeline I done put other parts of issue cut Roost and soft a youth project December 2023 Adishin Denigi Nanishi that later Ado to AI ya only tato needs was it in the data budget and finance committee based on the negotiate agent Denigi Aya Sedan top other not the not state or issue engaging put a notification in that. A call resource and development committee members. Do we have any questions or comments? Let me go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Ness. I mean that she has Honorable so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Simpson for co-sponsoring this legislation for church and cut. I have one question either for all people. Church in Kahish for the expert.
No.
Either that church in Kahish, that'll be my first question. That I'll answer. I'd like to go to different places and ask. I don't want to get or another national force here. Today, this key, doesn't no, I'm glad you're laughing. As chapter officials, yeah, we caught on now, so it's funny. Today, given on this, getting off the lot, Asian Bob, and title 26 to go now. Out of Corolla, named chapter coordinator, that though. They're the executive branch, you're the legislative branch with the people. Of course, there's corrective action plans, chapter meeting, there's the never doubt of it, you know, make it Auditor General, those started on the I don't your duties and responsibilities as a chapter president, you have 20 listed in there. I used to be a chapter president, even not additional. Vice President, you have 7, Secretary Treasurer, you have 12, and I hope you memorize all of it because that really helps to understand what you need to do as a leader at the local level. Because when money starts to go missing, that means the corrective action plan was getting over and not let it be dashed to she gives a PP I don't, then again, committee members, this is part of the discussion. This is part of the discussion that we need to put some emphasis on is the PP, it talks about on the job training, short-term employment. What really does that mean? And how can we correct that with the Department of Justice as well as community development? Maybe across 110 chapters, we need to tell them, like each FMS is different. San Juan says 90 days PEP, which can go on for 6 months, as long as this a worker works like twice a week or 3 times a week, up to 90 days, baby. So things like that, we really need to fix. So that was the most of the so it is quite to hire your own relatives by bloodline, consanguinity, affinity, but it gets us killed the open at the heart chin, the open that is the a day, niche, but obeys. The very chapters are Queen Akinda is the there was 4 from one family that were elected officials. But they the niche of that, no a by again could has a conflict of interest, yet and that when you take the oath of office, soon afterwards, you will go through ethics and government training. Conflicts of interest, so they are not solution. I'm not letting our creed to one night. They cut all the church, all together, let's try to go on somewhere.
Northeast Kitty, not Arnie Honorable Nez. So I'd like to just quickly yield the floor over to get a response in regards to how the name came about.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Such an oak. Such an oak. You could all such an article. We have oak trees that are like 50 feet high. And diameter, they're like 10 feet. But I'm still that's under the net. Young in this, I see what your church will come. Which is the chapters on the prop on land. Such a kind of just cousins. If you go, I don't know if we can go around this way or go back out on 602. Get such an oak, such a cover, you all you does up. No, mighty oak. So such a cover, in the midst of the oak trees. Such a cover. That was a good question. I had to learn that. When I first came here, like 33 years ago, that I mentioned earlier. Such a cover, no. There are one of the Jones Ranch. I've asked these questions from the elderlies. It's Irish vehicles. Thank you.
Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Other members of REC, question, Janani, these chapters done members of REC, if you look at page 2 or 3, and you look at line 9B, and it does say, state there, the resolution number 03-0277-23 The chapter acknowledged the findings of the audit report and include the chapter action plan to address and resolve the findings. The planning is not either, so the past through chapter revision. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I cannot only although clarifying through resolution for ILCA 03-027-23. Today, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Shiaj Honorable Autosel.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the Resources Development Committee. I know I did, Honorable Simpson, thank you for co-sponsor. He's in New Mexico. I Santa Fe Anaga. So Sana which national idea I don't but overall all of the 9 findings that Auditor General has brought forth in their audit. I really appreciate that you know say Peninani ya Nerbes Ani ya Pitasto the hope Egi Ishbana or you but not the kid Ishbana later needed to start the other that chip. One case the behest Ani Pihati Yard or the test. The question now ego an audit is triggered, you know, just automatically out of the clear sky. An audit will be, you know, the Auditor General. That's a vital program that's a part of the Navajo Nation government. And these audit happen, you know, unannounced at times. At times, if it's a certified chapter, it's required in your certification. Alcohol it's good that the audit went forth in but the way I see it is that the audit began at the time when the beginning of COVID. Alcohol so not get that. So not what it is. The Navajo Nation workforce was at home. They didn't want to come into Winter Rock. When this is not hard work, the next kid what all they kid, you're not no one's welcome. Don't come to the home or things like that. And it's very, you know, open. I do agree. And a lot of it is, you know, you had the issue of the communication from programs. Legislative branch, we shut it down. We send everybody home. I can contest to that. Auditor General sent home the acting. Audit changes. On the throughout the whole legislative branch, called long no she issue not issue this thing should not should not be an issue cut that niche that I don't actually not got on it again. Next get that acquire get the but it didn't impact only this chapter. It impacted the whole world. Now, start us with ego, with not the next up has with ego. Because it hit every home. It impacted every citizen across the United States and globally. Even now, open but our own sissy case. But again, the nation still has that responsibility to continue to comply with law. Alcohol, with the hiring issue and the housing assistance. I have trying to figure out where in the law it says person is capable. They can't apply. I can't see one in the law, but if they're a registered voter, their monies come to this chapter. If you're a registered voter, your monies that is appropriated by council comes to this chapter based off of the 50-50 formula. And the 50-50 formula is based off of registered voters, 110 chapters. Voters, but not you got your voter base money. Alcohol, I'm even not basically, but the partners in the house insisting case. Upon the quite get the so go I see best only give your happen. Your name, think we need to go back to the drawing table to really hone down on that particular issue pertaining to the housing system. What protocols can be made, because I think tribal law is very vague. So I see go to subsection B of this section, and this is how you will address it. And this is who you will what you will follow. Uncle never Washington Day. So so we need to address this. And then up there finish. I don't that they thought the IRS the state they yan yaki up has only because it end. Again, that's what I could think about again in the time of COVID. And April go finish. Though COVID had no idea. We made decisions on behalf of the Navajo people during COVID. I came in. We kept the nation running. The nation had to run. Even though the workforce was sent home. I did issues about property not insured and things like that. I'm not sure. So, but that's still. I don't did completing housing project. What's the time frame? What physical year? What was the reason? And I guarantee you the same thing with COVID. If that was an issue, I think those dollars pertaining to that physical year, the chapter was able to carry over those dollars, and if it's permitted, and projects can continue to be moving forward. Also, I have an issue with the fixed assets here at Navajo. And they count the fixed asset as money in the bank. Whatever this desk is worth right here, based on the bank is in the and you have to put it in on the books. So when you look at whatever money the chapter has in their big money portion fixed asset, and it really makes a chapter have a lot of money. My chapter alone has about 1.4 million in fixed asset. And I'm always asked, you have a lot of money. Oh, you in peso. I wish I could, well, chapter, you should go sell that desk and sell that chair. And they're saying you have a lot of money. And I think we have to come back to the table with the Budget and Finance Committee and ask them how we could address that, because it makes the chapter, all the chapters look like that you have a lot of money. I'm not too sure what your books say right now. And when you look at your total amount and you take the fixed asset off, you know, I'm sure there's a way in the accounting world to try to fix that, to not include that as money in the bank. Tribal programs are like that. Oh, baby. I think that has to be some sort of legislative fix so that you know, it's not on your books, but the issue of not accurately reporting in the financial statement. So every fiscal year, federal government money is that going to be projected, that's not going to be utilized. What happens? Programs and you know, chapters, they buy equipment. This is our need. Deep it need chair and no more, and it comes a liability issue. We buy new equipment to try to replace some. Just to take that broken chair off the books again, you'll have to jump through so many hoops again. Okay, even not, we need to address this somehow legislatively so that we try to not have the chapters run into this, because 9 years is neat, but I really haven't seen any major change in proposals from the programs. This is what the chapters are facing, especially that community development as departments. This is what the chapters are running into. We need to change this in the law. So need that. Even on the financial aspect. The former Auditor General and Auditor General acting as what is it that they run into that could not be put on and aired out as dirty laundry? Alcohol, this is what policy needs to change. This can better the auditing portion. This can better this. This can better that. Don't need that. When the budget hearing was going on, and that's what I stressed. What policy do you need change? That's our job as legislatures. The executive branch, I can't read the minds of the travel program or even the chapters, what you're going through. What needs to be tweaked in the law? A lot of those things, people work in those programs. The Navajo people pays their salary. Washington, never Washington can be our lease dollars off our revenues, coal, our oil revenues, our tax revenues, they all come into to play there. even na ko ben hanish. Ako tite si ben ani si hajopi not it area. But again, we're gonna need your help as chapters, not only here, maybe from chapters from Northern, Western, Central. I go the PP double bears ani that no ha Eastman when I go na I heard a couple of corrective action plan on this council, the last council and the council before. PP is always under, and I always wonder how Eastman na. I wish maybe it's a policy fix that needs to happen. That oh, I mean, not just and even the hiring process. I can contest to a PAF that's gonna be process. It took about 2 months to get a PAF through from the travel program. It's not the fault of their employee. The employee just sat there who was hired 2 months in the PAF. That's the administration. The Navajo government operates off of a 3-branch government. The executive branch, and I always say that the council delegates shouldn't get involved into the executive branch's business. Office of all Director General we're pretty much they're under the legislative branch, to what I understand. And I think we need to get some sort of a dialogue to the speaker and ask to see what do we need updated in all of the legislative branch. And here's what I haven't seen major changes in the executive, in the legislative branch also, nor the judicial branch. But they I'm gonna go ahead and vote in favor of your corrective action plan. I don't peso next ita. Peso but again, open the ban case again. Has any 8 never Washington has any nas lahi ashon it up no not the kid long, but it so just the Department of Justice. Oh, you are in the hard time. That's what now, but kid. Nick, I actually gave Department of Justice a call yesterday. Audits. Community development too. I can contest to that. Audits. And so even now, we have that, but I think we need to go back to the drawing table as leadership, also to get them to answer the phone. Because if they're not answering my call, they're not answering your call. I don't that yeah, just want to make that my message. Oh yeah, it don't never even say but so ja don't never attending and show in living. You're the first contact from from the Navajo voters in our constituency. Okay. They come to the chapter. 卡住了，卡那句，卡弄可以啦。你操，真的啊，不是可以把电拿出那东西，这个这个真的的。Even not, the chapter is a vital role, plays a vital role. And it's the year, but now the net is need to show. And which is alcohol, you're the teacher, you're the social worker here. You're the I was the internet person last week. Internet man. Nick, what's wrong with my internet? I was not on today. I'm sorry, I'm not the internet man. Being me. And so but I just want to thank you guys for coming up with the corrective action plan. You did inform your constituent, the Navajo people in this community, and a resolution is attached to this with the votes, and I'm sure you met quorum. Thank you. Madam Chair, turn the floor back over to you.
Honorable also for sharing your insight in regards to the legislation that is here before us this afternoon. Any other members of Resources and Development Committee with comments or questions? So with that, I just want to say in closing that we all have to be mindful of what we call ethical integrity. What does this mean? We are all bound by law in every aspect of life, whether it's meeting our utility bill or abiding by traffic out on the integrated parts of the community. It is the responsibility of chapter administration and chapter elected officials to protect the assets of a chapter, whether they're liquid or non-liquid assets. And just like Honorable Otto had mentioned, the chapter gets their annual appropriation based off of a 50-50 formula. That is registered to vote here. And you have to, there's no way around it in every aspect of any operation, whether you're for profit or non-profit. A proper segregation of authority is key through what we call the general accounting accepted accounting principles. It's always a must. You can never go wrong anywhere. I was chapter coordinator at Rock Springs chapter 8 years, and I left back in July of 2020. And there was always oftentimes when I was pressured to bend the rules a little, should that no, everyone just gets slapped on the wrist with the Navajo Nation anyway. But my mantra to my elected officials and community members and subcommittee members of the chapter was that I don't want the chapter to hit to be on the headlines of the Gallup Independent or the Navajo Times. Let's stay according to how policies have been approved by community. And with that, you know, and I think, you know, at the time, Auditor General Elizabeth Gay noticed, and they wanted Rock Springs chapter to get certified, but my elected officials didn't want to get the chapter LGA certified. So you can't go wrong. And what Mr. Honorable Otto Stone mentioned regarding the fixed asset. Fixed asset is a number that is on the balance sheet, chapter balance sheet, that is a non-recurring asset section on the balance sheet. It is items that are annually depreciated. We know that vehicles depreciate, buildings like this depreciate, their life, you know, expectancy is like 20-30 years. So you have to depreciate, you have to calculate your depreciation on an annual basis. And in any operation, I'm sure HUA does the same thing with their asset. That's not a we should or we shouldn't, that you have to practice that through the GASB or even the GAP of the county. The kodo e ya na ani ni nido kodo e ya basal haini as chapters. And I think that here my honorable colleagues have just expressed the joy we cannot who I thought it has ani cannot most of the time, a lot of these policies that you work according are through by chapter, whether if it's the scholarship policy, the how you're gonna hire your PEP workers, housing discretionary, the I thought so that yeah. So again, I've always looked up to Touch Ilta chapter. And I know that Ms. John, you have always done your job really well, and I want to just you know, commend you in having to get this corrective action plan in place and actually going forward with the elected officials to address the 9 findings the Auditor General had found during their what do you call their investigation or assessment. So co-sponsor Shiaj Honorable Simpson for allowing us time to really listen to Touch Ilta chapter administration staff and elected officials. And I hope that at the time when you go back before Budget and Finance Committee, that this chapter will not be recommended for sanction. So I highly recommend that you carry out your duties and responsibilities in accordance with the corrective action plan that was put here before us. So so with that, I'd like to go ahead, and since there's no more questions or comments, I'd like to go ahead and allow a roll call vote, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0200-23. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Bill Ganesh, votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Still, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto Still votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi, with that, legislation motion carries 200-23. And again, I'd like to thank the Touch Ilta chapter administration staff and also the elected officials, and it will go forward to Budget and Finance Committee. Yeah. So going on to new business, item letter B, legislation 0221-23. Do we have sponsor Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater present? We do have co-sponsor Honorable Speaker Curley. And also Honorable Chair Parrish. I do not see any of these sponsors. So this will be deferred to the next Resources and Development Committee agenda. Going on to new business, item letter C, legislation 0223-23. We do have co-sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and ask Mr. Tahi to read legislation 0223-23 into the record.
I'll for be thank you.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have legislative summary sheet for tracking number 0223-23, date September 14, 2023. Head of the resolution, a proposed standing committee resolution, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee confirming the appointment of Benjamin Bennett to the Napa Nation Engineering and Construction Authority Board of Directors. Purpose. The purpose of this resolution is to confirm the appointment of Benjamin Bennett to serve on the Napa Engineering and Construction Authority Board of Directors for a term of 4 years. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Andy Nez, co-sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson for tracking number 0223-23. An action relating to Resource and Development Committee confirming the appointment of Benjamin Bennett to the Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority Board of Directors, being acted Section 1 Authority. A, the Resource and Development Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2, NNC Section 500A. B, the Resource and Development Committee oversees areas such as roads and transportation, communication and utilities, economic and community development, commercial and trade, rights of way, public utility and housing. 2, NNC Section 500C. C, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council grants the confirmation of appointments to entities under the authority of the committee requiring appointments to NNC section 501B9. Section 2 findings. A, the Navajo Engineering Construction Authority is organized to engage in the general engineering construction industry. 5 NNC section 1972A1. B, the business and affairs of the authority shall be conducted by the board of directors of 7 directors. 5 NNC section 1973A. C, the board of directors that shall be appointed by the president of the Navajo Nation and confirmed by the Resource Development Committee. 5 NNC section 1973C. C, 2 NNC section 501B9. D, at least 6 directors of the board shall be enrolled members of the Navajo Nation, individuals with expertise and or education in engineering, construction, architectural, legal, accounting, management, and other construction-related fields that shall be given preference for appointment to the board. 5 NNC section 1973D. E, the member of the board shall serve 4-year terms. 5 NNC section 1973C. F, the Navajo Nation president appoints Benjamin Bennett to serve as a member of the Navajo Engineering Construction Authority Board of Directors. G, appointment letters attached as exhibit A, letter of interest attached as exhibit B, resume attached as exhibit C, and certification of Navajo Indian blood attached as exhibit D. Section 3, confirming appointment. The Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council confirms the appointment of Benjamin Bennett to serve on the Navajo Engineering Construction Authority Board of Directors for a term of 4 years, beginning with the certification of this resolution attached as exhibit A, which is the official appointment to the Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority to Benjamin Bennett, signed by Dr. Boo Nygren, President of the Navajo Nation. Attached is exhibit B, which is the appointment to the Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority Board, assigned by Benjamin Bennett to Dr. Boo Nygren, President. Attached is exhibit C, which is the resume of Benjamin Bennett. Attached is exhibit D, which is the certificate of Indian blood of Navajo Indian blood. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch and Republic Review Summary for legislation number 0223-23. Sponsors Honorable Andy Nez, co-sponsors Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation was posted on September 21st, 2023 at 1:08 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended September 26, 2023. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0223-23 read into the record in its entirety. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Tahi for reading legislation 0023-23 into the record. With that, members of Resource and Development Committee, may I get a motion?
Motion.
Honorable Aruso, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Nez? Yeah, Shannon, audience committee. Otto, with that, do I just give the floor? Okay, so at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to co-sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson for legislation 0223-23 and your agent, Mr. Van.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, board member, again, legislation adopting facility 0223-23. This station is basically the form of Benjamin Bennett to serve in the Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority for a term of 4 years. Serve on this NICA board do that. Got this for confirmation from RDC. I think that he applied for this position, serve on the board. She Madam Chair.
Honorable Simpson, if I may interject here. Shiaj, Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. is on the call. Shiaj, are you still on the call? I'd like to go ahead and allow you introduction. So if you are *6 to unmute.
Madam Chair, this is Council Delegate Herman Daniels. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Shannon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honorable Added Dakota Vice Chair Johnson, added Dakota Honorable Members of Resources and Development Committee, added Mr. Tahi and also Mr. Lowe, Scott McKenzie, added Dakota Inchiki, Herman Daniel Sr. I don't understand it, it's funny. I don't understand the chili, it is, Chloe and Lindy, don't not pay the make us say, I don't, it's going to go, it's a little, what's that entity, because I see what he only be here. I didn't take what about is gay, not on or said, or sound told us we can. What are you could all get it down with people. Thank you, Manager.
Appreciate you, Hashiar. So I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to Mr. Bennett. Thank you.
I'm not sure. So,
So does that conclude your presentation? Not on the Honorable Citizen?
Madam Chair, Goldman, REC. When you look at Mr. Bennett's resume, I think, you know, his professional experience, he did with for in the Department of Transportation, I was doing big time management experience, the Kunana. He did sort of the accountability, which is very familiar with this, branch between the nation, Ottawa, serving on, being a, deputy director for, he can do, you know, NECA constructs a lot of our roads with navigation, so working hand in hand with, Department of Transportation and NECA, you know, has the experience to make these things happen. So I think he truly has the experience to move NECA forward on certain projects, different to, road, maybe, and having the experience working with the Department of, 80, I'm sorry, not only part of the transportation, that experience, I think he will have the experience to move a lot of these road construction forward. Effectively, council, not sure
Honorable Citizen for that. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, we need to have, legislation 0223-23 co-sponsor against Simpson bring information forward to us, and also Mr. Ben Bennett is here, the appointee by President Migran to the NECA board member position for a term of 4 years. So at this time, I don't know if we have any questions, members of Resources and Development Committee. Honorable Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will co-sponsor. Mr. Benjamin Bennett. Corona data. That's when we and a patient so unable on this. Then I was a committee, a kind she not dead. Now the she got in shot or the name. Aleka, Nathan, sorry, then I gave Nanda, but how what is your plan to improve NECA? In the state, and the later, a sheet of the other weapon, Korea, after a Yosgate, of course. None I give a feet out the RGPD not so these are that the big Sergey or Naka you the better listen or Nick to that a license national so I'll tell them that so you can just be brief, but you know, just let us know. Back to you, Chair.
Honorable Nez. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and yield it back over to Mr. Bennett just to expound on what is your plan as a board member for NECA as they are an enterprise amalgamation, and that Resources and Development Committee has oversight over NECA. So I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to you.
Mr. Ned, I am aware of the fact that NECA, when the new administration came in, all the Skanska representatives were relieved of their duty. And in addition to that, I think that Navajo, one of the main reasons why Skanska was part of NECA was they brought the bonding mechanism to the table, where Navajo was able to get bonding with no questions asked. When Skanska left, there's a slight problem. There's a hiccup in the road that we at the board will begin to address to make sure that NECA is bondable in all its categories that it developed. In oil, not oil and gas, but in transportation, road building, in operation of gravel pits. In addition to that, I think there's a lot of projects on the books that have to pertain to bathroom addition, water lines, sewer lines, and the like. And I know that we can address those in a more timely manner. I know that a lot of people have been waiting on those issues, me being one of them, and hopefully those things will begin to show some progress. But the main thing is that Navajo Nation has to, the NECA organization with Garrett Silversmith there, we need to begin to work on how do we make NECA bondable and make it an icon on the Navajo Nation and throughout the country. We want, I think that there's a capability there. We do have the resources. We have the skills as Navajo workers that we can do all of those things above. And I think that that would be a good start. And I think what they need, NECA really needs is a forecaster, for instance, looking forward and letting the community or letting the operation know this is where we're going with it. This is how we're going to get there. We're going to do that together. And therefore, this is the mechanisms that we need to put in place rather than not doing anything at all.
Yeah, although Mr. Bennett, Honorable Ness said that. Okay, any other members of Resource and Development Committee, Honorable Arosa?
Yeah, I did, not yet, Honorable Simply for, co-sponsoring the legislation. I know I did, I would change. Mr. Bennett, served in 24 term, some third term. I did, Jigsaw, now Mr. Yado. Patrick number one is that the Neville Washington by Covency, how the Navajo government works and how the enterprise works with one another. Then the other component is how the Bureau of Indian Affairs still has official authority to the Navajo Nation pertaining to projects. Same goes for Indian health services. Those are things so So APEC or RCA, I believe that's one of the I guess downfall when new administrations come in and they bring in individuals that really don't understand the tribal government. I don't know if you should be. And then to understand the tribal enterprise and how they work, on the mechanism, particularly to this enterprise. You have monies that come down from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which the Navajo Nation has accepted to manage the funds. Initially, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, on the Aronda you watch Nana Sipa Hayanja Anja Adi Bashin Sabo the 1-to-1 program. Best home. Public law 86-121 to provide sanitation facilities to American Indian communities. Washington, the best on Hallelujah or Adi or one day or what day is not clean. It is on alcohol, eat there. Other ones that are the enterprise that NECA purchase or correction, the other business component that NECA purchased. Go out in the shit. Ne adi khadi khadas. And then Mr. Adi, I don't know. Decision to vote in favor to say you are gonna do a good job there. In place, can't say anything. The president appointed you, and you just need the oversight's confirmation. I'm sure the president did his vetting. I'm saying that he deems that you're qualified. I don't, you build roads. I can't say, you're not inexperienced. Construction experience, feel of, even the technical aspect of construction, working for Western Technologies. You know, Western technology comes into a very, very good, is needed for almost all constructions. Compassion that happens on road projects. we get VIA dollars infused to build roads. And automatically the daily speaking wage goes into effect. And operators making that wage. And I think that the board needs to look at that. The federal government, the 121 program is a federal agency. And I believe that those individuals who work there for the company on those projects deserve those type of wages. Washington, basically. Alcohol, that's one of the thoughts that I had. Not only for myself, but I started from the trench from there.
He was there.
I'm the only company that saw some in me and
Before that.
provided bread and butter on the table. And for many Navajo families throughout the Navajo Nation, because the 20 got slow as I, as NECA being the contractor. When Sean that's Lenin, hot that he's the Poby that he, I don't put all the English. Ponchon, and Lenin, Turlines, it's not another. A pair of men that is you're many Navajo people that work on the 121 program. Public law agency deserve that. And I think that is one area that I think that I have that faith in, because one of our discussions related, and I believe the board would have to make that action, them take action on that. A bad because as an example, you'll have a backhoe operator that's on the 121 program, but you have a road construction job over that needs a backhoe operator. There's that pay difference, or vice versa. They come off the road project and they get a huge pay decrease. A bad our enterprise there, NECA, is something that really, like I said, we have to take care of. Set up in the yen, you have to we want to get to that point where we are 100% able to bond everything that NECA could do, whether it's a road project, water line project, a bridge project, any other projects. The other is to look outside the scope. You have Highway 491 in construction for many years. I don't think NECA got a contract on that 491 due to the issue of sovereignty. That was time to make money. 491 lied within the Navajo Nation boundaries. You had road construction projects that happened on Highway 160. Even now, go up there. Oh, this is case. Oh, up there. I see the cat and thank you.
Yeah, Honorable, any other members of the Personal Development Committee with any questions or comments? So with that, Vice Chair Johnson.
Yes. Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me some time. I want to thank my brother, Honorable Danny Simpson, for co-sponsoring this legislation, as well as Honorable Delegate Andy Nez for being the prime sponsor on this legislation. And thank you for saving the last legislation too as well, speaking up on it on behalf of our Speaker David. So I have a issue with $70,000 bathroom additions. I really have an issue with that. And, I don't know what that's gonna be made of, gold, sterling, silver, inlay or something, I don't know. But I really think we would suggest going back to the drawing table of, the design, the engineering. And right now, we got a chapter on Western Agency. By the way, Gap, they're buying a whole double wide home for 60,000. And, this is something that is very appalling to me. So I would really recommend that, we revisit this. And as we all know, Skanska is no longer, the upper management. You guys are all in control. The GM, Garrett, and the financial officer as well, everybody. So I look forward to great things at NECA. And again, I would really recommend that you give us updates and reports to RDC. And the last time, the last management was not consistent with the reports and updating RDC. And also just wanted to thank NECA. During the summer session, they presented a $1 million check to the Navajo Nation coffers. Just want to thank the board and the rest of the team at NECA. I look forward to other enterprises of the Navajo Nation that is wholly owned by the Navajo Nation to follow in those footsteps. Also, I had the honor to co-sponsor a legislation with Honorable Simpson, extending the CSN projects for 72 months. And I'm sure there's some projects in there that that has got NECA on as part of the projects as well. So would really like to get those projects going as well. But I know right now the priority is ARPA. So, again, I look forward to working with you and the rest of the board. And we're more than we're here, to support our enterprises. And I just want to thank you for accepting the position. And so I'm ready to vote. Green.
Appreciate, Vice Chair Johnson. So with that, Mr. Bennett, again, thank you for accepting that opportunity from President Nygren to be appointed as NECA board member for 4 years, and we look forward to working with you as a board member. And again, just as my colleagues have mentioned here today, that there is some expectations. One of the things that I'd like to recommend is you as a new board member in reviewing NECA's current portfolio and reassessing NECA's current margins, time, and also money. How can NECA diversify and maximize output of, any projects that NECA gets awarded, like road construction or road improvements, and even bathroom facilities that I know that NECA currently partnered with NTUA through the ARPA dollars throughout the Navajo Nation. And it is very important that the Navajo Nation is so fortunate to have gotten, almost $2 billion from the U.S. Treasury. And again, as leadership, and my personal prerogative is that I don't want the unspent money that is not encumbered by June of 2024 to be released to our Navajo people through part of it. But these funds should be utilized for the intended purposes that US Treasury has given the money to the Navajo Nation. And that is, number one, was telecommunication infrastructure built out to have that equity on Navajo Nation. And also to have bathroom additions, water, wastewaters to homes that still don't have these type of facilities. And also to have electrical power in their homes. And then also other additional homes because of, we had 3 generations living in a household with 1 bathroom, which really impacted a lot of the overall family members getting COVID. So we always have to keep that in the back of our mind. How can we best utilize these funds for the interest of our Navajo people? So if we were to ever get another pandemic going forward, then at least Navajo Nation households will, in a sense, be ready. And that is the main intent and purpose. And then also one of the major other areas that I want to expound on is allowing more opportunities for our Navajo people, you know, in the human capital retention. Employees are, you know, experts, and they are asset to any level of any business and or organization. I think we all know that. There's a high percentage of our Navajo children that are educated and have really good background to do the job here on Navajo, but we as Navajo Nation or enterprises of the Navajo Nation have to give them an opportunity, have to give them that chance to gain that experience on the job because some of them are coming out of college or university. So as a board member, these are the things that I understand that you will undertake as a board member making these types of decisions. And then one of the other ones is creating an alliance and more partnership. How do you do that so that, you know, there's cost share funding? And now that you have more partners to carry out jobs and try to bring NEFA to the next level of operation or in the industry that we're all in. So with that, I just wanted to share that to that thing or say, and I'm more for 20 feet and thank you for expressing interest and we look forward to working with you. And again, as Honorable Vice Chair Johnson did mention, we'd like to go forward as 25th Resources and Development Committee to hear on a often basis from our enterprises as to what has been accomplished and what areas in regards to policy to do they need assistance as enterprises, and in hopes that we actually start seeing some dividend back to the Navajo Nation. So going forward, again, we as Resource and Development Committee are looking forward to working with you and thank you. Honorable Danny Simpson for co-sponsoring this legislation for Subsida Honorable Dr. Andy Ness. So it's Ayla, so I think there's no other questions or comments, but I just wanted to make that a final comment. So with that, Mr. Chahi, if you can please take a roll call vote on legislation 0220-23.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0223-23. Honorable Shauna Anclaw, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Odessa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Odessa votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
So with that, legislation 223-23 carries and congratulations, Mr. Bennett, and welcome to the NEFA board. And thank you, members of Resources and Development Committee. Okay, going on to item letter D under new business legislation 0224-23. Sponsor Honorable Seth Damon is not here to present, so this legislation will be deferred to the next Resources and Development Committee meeting agenda. Going on to new business item letter E, a directive. Okay, so I'll go ahead and at this time allow Mr. Tani to read this directive into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the directive reads as follows. Title II citation 2 NNC section 189B committee directives that shall be limited to matters under such committees direct oversight and shall be approved by a simple majority vote of all committee members. All approved directives shall be memorized in writing and signed by the presiding officer and provided to the office of the president and all affected division directors within the 3 calendar days of the committee's approval. Directive to the Navajo Division, Nomination Division of Natural Resources, Division Director, General Land Development Department Manager, Land Department Manager, with assistance from the Navajo Department of Justice, the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, Division Director, General Land Development Department Manager, Land Department Manager, with assistance from the Navajo Department of Justice, shall provide a report to the Resource and Development Committee regarding the terms of the contract with Vertical Bridge. The report shall include the scope of work, record of collection, payment by the nation to Vertical Bridge and related topics. The Navajo Department of Justice shall counsel the Resource and Development Committee whether this report should be conducted in executive session. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the directive read into the record.
Mr. Talkie for reading the directive by Resources Development Committee to DNR, our General Land Development Department, Land Department, and also the Department of Justice in regards to Vertical Bridge. So at this time, I'd like to request for a motion on this directive. Members of Resources Development Committee. Motion by Honorable Ness. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson. Thank you, gentlemen. Other members of Resources Development Committee, do we have any questions on this directive? And I know that this came up during a work session that we had at NDOT conference room, I believe it was a week ago. And so right now I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to my colleague, Honorable Otto.
So, thank you. I believe, thinking that whether this report is going to be held today, and hope it's not today because we're here in the trigger. Oh, that's just, I mean, that is how I took this directive, thinking that they're going to report to us now. But if it's a report that can come up later, that's fine. So it is one that clarification pertaining to this in the time frame. Reporting mechanism that we'll get it during a report at an upcoming resources development. Thank you.
In regards to the timeline, a report back to Resources and Development Committee, I'd like to go ahead and request our advisor, Mr. Talkie, in terms of timeline. I know that Resources and Development Committee has a lot of topics regarding our next RDC meeting, which is going to be 2 weeks from now. And I don't know if it's going to be the first or following week. So, Mr. Talkie, do you have any recommendations?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, once this directive is approved and assigned by the presiding officer, we are given 3 calendar days to provide this directive to the divisions and the departments that are affected by this. With legal counsel's, with Navajo Department of Justice legal counsel's direction, whether or not this will be held in executive session, that will determine whether or not where the location of this meeting is going to take place, how long the report's going to be. In addition to that, if the Resource and Development Committee is requiring Vertical Bridge to be in attendance, it would require me to work with the company as well in order for them to be in attendance as well. So this will take some time for this directive to be implemented, but it does give us a starting point to provide the division and the departments the necessary 3 days to get this directive to them.
Appreciate that, Mr. Talkie. Honorable Otto.
Thank you very much. Just to the other thing too is that the company Vertical Bridge, just wondering where the company's from, so that maybe if they're from out of state or something of that nature, maybe we could take it to this executive session to the nearest airport for them, so that such as Albuquerque, we could go to the Hispano Chamber of Commerce or something of that nature. That's all. Just thinking about the travel of the company that is in contract. Call you near airport, and get off, and after they're done, they can head out because thank you.
Honorable also, Vertical Bridge is out of Florida. So in terms of logistics, I'm gonna go ahead and allow, Mr. Tahi to cover that.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, my concern with Delegate So's recommendation on having this near airport. This report is a directive to have them report to RDC during its either regular or special meeting. It just says report. But all reports need to be held on Navajo Nation unless the directive is reworded that it would provide us to be off Navajo Nation. Then this would be up to Office of Legislative Counsel as well as Department of Justice to legally provide that guidance to Resource and Development Committee. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Mr. Tahi, for that clarification at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to my colleague, Honorable Nez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable colleagues of the Resource Involvement Committee. My question would be, Mr. Tahi mentioned that, and also part of the directive says that whether Department of Justice will let us know if this should be an executive session. Thank you.
Honorable Nez, before I yield the floor over to Department of Justice, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have an airport in Winter Rock. Just wanted to let everybody know. But again, it was on the same lines if this was going to be an executive session as well.
Vice Chair Johnson, thank you. We do have an airport in Winter Rock, just to let you know. And then also, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to our legal counsel with Navajo Nation Department of Justice in regards to this directive and whether this can be a meeting that can be off the reservation, or does it have to be within the boundaries of the Navajo Nation? So Ms. Black Hat, and I'll go ahead and get our legal counsel from legislative to weigh in as well. So at this time, I'm yield the floor over to Ms. Black Hat.
So in terms of whether this can be done in executive session, I'm going to recommend that if we have an executive session, as far as the meeting location, I'll refer to Mrs. Pontoon answer that question.
Ms. Khan?
Chair, members of the committee, when I adopted the directive, it was my understanding that this was a directive to the entities that RDC had oversight over. And those were the ones that this and it was my understanding that it's essentially a report and in executive session with regard to the Navajo Nation entities that RDC has oversight over. In which case that we're not involved. The company can come in and give a report, ask that report to give it, but it's directed is, I understood from my sitting in at the executive session was to get information about the contract. And this would be provided by the entity that have RDC has oversight over, and therefore the national. And so that this, there would be no need to travel with it. And as you know, with the exception, if there is a meeting with a particular sovereign, maybe it is to meet with another sovereign.
Ms. Khan for that clarification. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, as mentioned by Navajo Nation Department of Justice Legal Counsel, this particular discussion will have to be in executive session. And since it's actually with the Division of Natural Resources, Federal Land Development Department, and Navajo Nation Land Department, and Navajo Department of Justice with our legislative legal counsel, this will require on-reservation meetings. So at such time as Mr. Tahi did mention that we would have to work out the meeting venue and also looking at timelines in regards to RDC. So we're hoping that in the next maybe 2 to 3 weeks, we should have this on our RDC agenda. So with that, Honorable Aruso and members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any more questions or need more clarification on this? Okay, so with that, the directive was read into the record. And now that we understand that this is going to be an executive session and a location here on Navajo Nation Park, possibly in the Windrock St. Michael's area. And the date and time will be forthcoming by our advisor with RDC. So it's time, Mr. Ty, could you go ahead and please take roll call vote?
Madam Chairman and members of Resource Development Committee, this is roll call vote for the directive regarding the Division of Natural Resource, the General Land Development Department, Navajo Nation Land Department. Honorable Sean Anclaw, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Good news, vote green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Rashid? Yeah, so the directive carries forward, and going on to the next item on the agenda, letter F. Approving the off Navajo Nation travel to Washington DC to advocate the Biden Harris administration and congressional leadership on matters related to but not limited to land and natural resources on Monday, October the 23rd and Tuesday, October the 24th. Travel will begin Sunday, October the 22nd, 2023, and will also be dependent on a federal government shutdown. Again, may I get a motion on this particular travel, members of Resources and Development Committee? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Danny Simpson. So members of Resources and Development Committee and to individuals present here and also listeners on the call. Some of us may be aware and some of us may not be aware. Resources and Development Committee is a Navajo Nation leadership that is charged with responsibility in areas of policy making and also advocating at the state and even a national level. And Resources and Development Committee has a lot of pressing issues to advocate to congressional leadership with issues pertaining from the Chaco Canyon land withdrawal to the abandoned uranium mines. There's also telecommunication infrastructure, funding, and other EPA issues. So with that, it is our job in Resources Development Committee, like a lot of our other standing committees, haven't been traveling much to DC. And I think that in order for Navajo Nation's voice to be heard, that the Resources Development Committee needs to continue to advocate on behalf of Navajo Nation in regards to a lot of these important issues that is currently faced with the Navajo Nation. And not to mention, we also have water rights. So again, I know that as leadership, we are pressed for a lot of meetings and we're constantly on travel. And we're only doing our job and our due diligence in regards to how to best address a lot of these issues for the Navajo Nation and on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So again, this isn't just travel for a paid vacation. I just want to emphasize that, but we are boots on ground there in DC when we get off the airport. We're up early in the mornings and we come back late to the hotel and we're meeting with congressional leadership, whether if it's on the House side or the Senate side, and also the Natural Resources Committee as well. So I just wanted to put that out there, So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on this particular travel to Washington, DC? Honorable Aruso.
Madam Chair, I would recommend that as the committee takes this trip out there that we do create a sort of like a book that has a short topic about our advocacy to try to get everything in place with this, one trip with, to Washington. Because DNR, EPA, the other is maybe, we know that Indian Health Service, federal officials cannot advocate there in the halls of Congress, but the other, we need to ask the 121 program and, what are they running into? Indian Health Services, that goes for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, where amendment to federal law is required. Even with NCUA, on the right of way issues, something that that is in the responsibility of the federal government, not the Navajo Nation, the federal government, the requirement. Federal policy boxes are not because this federal policy can't be waived by the tribal council. Earlier, a statement was made that, we're going to waive everything on the home site lease for our Navajo veterans. But federal law, you still have to get the land survey. You still need the archaeological clearances. You still need the Fish and Wildlife Survey. That's not waived. ARPA was approved with all this money, but Congress did not waive those provisions. Even APES, ANI, ASA, Navajo policy, but we can waive those. That's just as an example. The right-of-way issue, where in the Hearth Act could policy change be amended so that we get more tribal control over the policy. So where we can make the decision here at the local level, instead of going to the halls of Congress to advocate and try to beg, and so we're basically on our hands and knees begging to them to change the law or begging for funding. The other is our 638 contract, Fish and Wildlife Service. Hashed not federal contract. What is the need? What is that contract sustainable? Ashbira, Besosh, but Bakaj Tahnado, Jihigi, Ashish Kashne, things like that. So I think the reason why I say this is that serving on the Law and Order Committee, we created a book. We started that process on the 24th Council. Such as a 638 contract pertaining to public safety patrol, criminal investigation, the corrections, things like that. What policies in there that needs to be changed and funding mechanism. I think that would really entail our advisor and we would have to get additional support, staff support from the speaker's office to try to assist us to put that book together. Because if we just go over there for one thing, then we're going to be planning another one for another item. Why don't we put everything together and make that one trip out there, once a year or twice a year, whatever the need is, or even like need this week, speaker is up there. So the advocacy of public safety and DNR was what's going on pertaining to the testimony for the Clean Water Act. And what I was thinking about was what was our program, what was the response from Navajo Department of Water Resources, the entities that work with water? Did they arm the speaker with these information to speak about these, the need of it? And maybe it's speaking to funding. It's pretty much in silos. So it actually Obe, actually, I do support this, but I think that let's try to condense it and try to get a binder together and put those in there, and then we'll have our lobbyists in our Washington office to lobby, create or schedule those meetings up there. Yeah,
Honorable Otto, and it is well noted with your valid recommendation. And again, I did put that down, and we will be reaching out to some of the divisions that Resources Development Committee has oversight over, in hopes that we can get a summary from the divisions in regards to any federal policy that may currently be a hindrance or a barrier or an obstacle to better operation within their divisions, or any funding that they may get from the federal government. So again, we will be reaching out, and it is a great recommendation that Shiash Honorable Otto. So any other members with of Resources Development Committee with any questions or recommendations? Going once, going twice. So with that, Mr. Tommy, could you please take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving a new business item G. Item F, Honorable Shana Ankla, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Bill Gaines votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Next item on the agenda is item letter G, approving to cancel the Resources Development Committee regular meeting for Wednesday, October the 25th, 2023 at 10 a.m. and scheduling a special meeting for Friday, October the 27th, 2023 at 10 a.m. due to the travel to Washington, D.C. May I get a motion on this cancellation of the regular RDC meeting? Honorable Ness, may I get a second? May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Danny Simpson, thank you. And do we have any questions on this particular cancellation of a regular RDC meeting and rescheduling to a special meeting, members of RDC? Going once, going twice. Mr. Tahi, could you please take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for accepting a new business item G. Honorable Shana Ankla, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Bill Gaines votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Great, thank you. With that, motion carries. Okay, I'd just like to thank Touch Ilsa chapter for sharing their neshiji, your steamed corn, stew and vibrant, and need the large accommodation. The Nakashik is Payana, the Hoteto, and our attendance and cartilage between our joints will hopefully be rejuvenized from this. If you haven't spotted. So going on to the reports of the agenda. Letter A, report from the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Navajo Department of Justice, Natural Resources Unit on new agreed upon language for the state of Arizona grazing leases, which may require Navajo Nation Council action. We do have presenters, Mr. Halota, Division Director for Division of Natural Resources. Mr. Leo Watchman, will he be in attendance? Oh, is he here? Okay, he's back there. I'm sorry, I apologize. And then we do have Mr. Daniel McQueen, Principal Attorney for Department of Justice, the Natural Resources Unit. So at this time, I'd like to we'll get more specific allow you 20 minutes for you all to report. So you have the lead here at the front table. Okay, and then we also have Minerals Director, Ms. Rowena Termaya on the call as well. So I'm just letting you all know for the record.
Oh, okay.
So I understand that in place of Mr. Leo Watson Jr., Mr. Ferdinand Nota will be sitting in for the Department of Agriculture. And you do have the floor.
Madam Chair, members of the Resource Committee, Vice Chair, and officials from Secretary Cup, and colleagues, yes, they're all here. Good afternoon, guys. Though, kaya lang kita dari dan o konsekan. Ada yo dan dari was. Ako, kudo ya, peniye ya kudo. In the doctor in Kato ya. The Arizona, parts of the Christian chaos and the odd tribal ranches of it, no, it is in there. And you have the Big Boquillas, and then you have the Winslow tracks. You have the Peaks Ranch. And in those ranches, there are also state lands that are also within those ranches. And when those lands were acquired, the nation also took over the grazing leases as well as the deeded lands. And so for a number of years, we've been working with the state of Arizona under their grazing lease, the Navajo Nation. The next about came down. Then just a few years back, we went to renew the leases and we couldn't, they wanted changes in the lease language. And so up to now, we've been, we haven't had valid leases within those ranches from the state side, which caused operational challenges. And so the Department of Agriculture, along with the Department of Justice, have been working diligently to be able to develop and propose a new lease with the state and come to an agreement as to what language that they are comfortable with. And so I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Nota, who can probably add a little bit more of what kind of issue that it has called for managing those leases with our lessees that are there. And then after that, the Department of Justice can chime in on what changes were made and what we were asking for the Resource Development Committee to support it on legislation stuff. Good afternoon, Development Committee, Chair and members. My name is Ferdinand Nota. I work with the Tribal Ranchers and Eastern Land Management section of the Department of Ag. On our Arizona state leases, we do have basically 3 leases in the state of Arizona. There's leases on the Big Boquillas Ranch. It's about approximately 135,000 acres of state land within the ranch. And right now, our lessee, Toyota Livestock, is utilizing those state land based on the sublease that we granted them to allow them to graze on the state land. So the basic issue is getting a basic state lease in place so that that lease has expired and we've been trying to renew it for the past several years with the state. However, there's been some issues that have come up. Basically, finalizing the agreement, and we've been working with the DOJ has been working with the State Attorney General's office in Arizona
We've had some administrative changeovers due to political changes in Arizona. However, we've been waiting on the final language on the state lease. Issues have been basically a limited waiver of sovereign immunity that the state of Arizona is now requiring. And we have been working with Shoya Livestock on clearing the roads for penalty payments on the leases. At one point, we got to a point where Shoya Livestock was ready and now the nation was ready to pay the lease payments on the leases. However, the state refused payment because we didn't have a basic lease in place. So in the meantime, we more or less convinced the state to begin to accept payments on those leases. So that's one of the items that can come up. But the other area that has state leases is the Winslow Tract. The Winslow Tract is a checkerboarded area. We have state lands, navigation fee land, as well as some private land within the ranch. And then we also have a section of BLM lease that we have in that area. So anyway, those are complications, but once we get the Arizona state lease in place, approved by council or committees and committees, we will proceed to bring forth the lease agreement with Shoya Livestock. Because the lease agreement with Shoya Livestock will include not only the basic lease for the fee land, but it will also include a sublease of the state grazing lease. So the Arizona state lease is required initially that we can have the comprehensive lease with Shoya Livestock and the sublease approved at the same time. With that, Mr. Mulkey is very familiar with it, and like I said, the DOJ has been in negotiations with the state of Arizona regarding the terms of the lease. But the basic issue has come down to the waiver, limited waiver of sovereign immunity. So, at the very near future, we're ready to bring forth the lease to the RDC. We've spoken with members, a few members of the RDC for sponsoring the legislation that we will do bring forth. Okay, I'll turn it over to Mr. Mulkey.
In terms of legality, the major issue is the limited waiver of sovereign immunity. Nomination cherishes the sovereignty and obviously wants to protect its sovereign immunity. But I want to make it clear, the limited waiver of sovereign immunity that we're seeking here, these are for state, Arizona state lands, that which the Navajo Nation leases from the state of Arizona, and then it subleases these same lands to Navajo ranchers. So what they're seeking is just a limited waiver of sovereign immunity on those particular lands. Now, state of Arizona in the previous lease that's been expired for the last number of years, long before I started working for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. I have been with the Navajo Nation for 21 years, but only 6 years with the Department of Justice. I was with the judicial branch before. So previously, they agreed on arbitration. Ironically, I do not think that lease was consistent with Navajo law because only council can waive sovereign immunity, and they waive it in a very limited way. Well, that talked about arbitration, and there is the Navajo Nation Arbitration Act, which is a limited waiver of sovereign immunity, but only when Navajo courts oversee that arbitration. There's a dispute about it. Those provisions were not in an original lease, which had, by the time I thought, had expired. So I really started working on this in the summer of 2022. At that point, the state of Arizona was going to take action against, and it would have been against the Navajo ranchers. Would have wrote that they were going to take immediate action because the original lease, under its own terms, classified anybody that stayed on the lease after the expiration as a trespass. So those ranchers were facing trespass actions, potential seizure of their cattle, etc. I and Brian Curley Chambers, another attorney for Navajo Nation Partner Justice, were able to convince the state not to take immediate action. And I believe at least part of it was my own reputation dealing straightforwardly with opposing counsel. As a bill of gun, I certainly will tell Navajos the importance of words are sacred in your word. But it was based on that. And basically, I promised that we would resolve this. In November 2022, we did have with Department of Justice and Navajo Part of Agriculture did negotiate with Arizona. We agreed on the language that was the contract. What was needed is we had to go before council and get a limited waiver of sovereign immunity. That's what really what we wanted to go for right now. Now, on the agenda, it says may need action. I think that should be a shall need action because we do need to get this waiver of sovereign immunity. Just a few weeks ago, the state of Arizona was saying we run up agents and wanted this done because technically Navajo ranchers who may or may not even know this, that they sublease the Arizona land and subject to their law would be the ones that suffer because of this. Once again, I think Arizona's been respecting Navajo sovereignty as much as possible. Now, new administration did come in, and they didn't changes the state of Arizona, but they're positive changes. They're respecting agreements when Navajo Nation makes deals with the state of Arizona for Navajo natives. They're putting like a state going on Navajo natives. This waiver of sovereign immunity is not needed. But when we're talking about Arizona lands, state of Arizona owns the land of the reservation. They do insist on this waiver of sovereign immunity. They also do not want to go into any arbitration just because of the cost of arbitration. That's the only issue that's really before us. We need that. I think that you should only waive the sovereign immunity in compelling circumstances. Compelling circumstances. People are subletting on that land. It's not basically I'm going to see we've it's part of the negotiations, we made sure that they respected the fact that we have our own workers' comp programs, and we've negotiated that language in our employees. And we also put in language that any accident or injury or death that were caused by Navajo employee that are on those lands, state of Arizona could only sue to the limits of the insurance policy. So we have respected the sovereign Navajo sovereignty as much as possible. We do the overall for Navajo signing the agreement. We obviously will make sure that we satisfy the legal requirements. No one is signing to rules flags, so it has to go before council. Council has to approve this very limited waiver of sovereign immunity, and it would only apply to leases under this agreement. And whether it's involved any other contracts between the nation and Arizona, that's why it's called limited waivers. Overall waiver of sovereign immunity, just in these particular circumstances. We're really talking about Arizona state land that is being leased to the Navajo Nation. To Navajo ranchers. And I'm sorry that I didn't thank the committee for having me here before and Dr. for actually allowing us to have this meeting here. because it really is an important meeting. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. So pretty much concludes your report. Okay. So with that, members of Resources and Development, may I get a motion on the report that was given to us by the gentleman, Vice Chair Johnson? Motion? Thank you, and may I get a second?
Second.
Arnold Simpson, thank you. So members of the Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on the information that was shared with us here by legal counsel and also division director and also Mr. Nota in regards to the state of Arizona grazing leases for the 3 ranches, Big Bow, the Winslow Tract, and Peach Ranch. We'll shut that up. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of our seat representatives, yeah.
Just giving
I did not some kinds of period. And so on. We understand this is very important to where it needs to be addressed by everybody, reference to wait, the waiver of some community. And it just this issue between statements that are subleased to our national ranchers. And if it's not addressed, those are ranchers that are these, there's these state that we consider trespassing if it's not addressed. So again, stated, the waiver of some community needs action by council. And so if this is needs to be done, we're not, we're already speak, but still needs to go for the council. And we need to put this for the council. My recommendation is to expedite, some better on commentary, expedite emergency legislation. Hopefully we can get that done tomorrow. The emergency legislation and hopefully we have a special session on Friday and get on the agenda. But that would be my recommendation. And I put for council. And see here and there. So us, we saying no, we can't do it. You know, that's I can't speak on behalf of the 23 other delegates, but if you go before the council, they did decide that say year or day, giving the waiver of sovereign immunity. So, Madam Chair, in regards to my recommendation is to get a decision drafted, to put it in emergency, get them to our drop-in off tomorrow by 5, and hopefully we have a special session to add it to the agenda. That's my recommendation, members of the RCA.
Yes, you are Honorable Simpson for that recommendation. We'd like, the recommendation was to get an emergency legislation going in hopes that there will be a special session on Friday in 2 days to have Navajo Native Community Council take action on this request that was brought here before us for the waiver of limited sovereign immunity for the 3 ranches in the state of Arizona. And again, I believe this is something that really does need the attention of council immediately, only because we do have ranchers and that Navajo Nation has subleased out to these ranchers when we don't want any type of legal issue tied to them from the state of Arizona, especially if they are ranching on state land on these 3 ranches that were mentioned. So with that, Ms. Khan, the recommendation here that was made by Honorable Simpson to draft the legislation. So in regards to some information sharing through possibly some documentation from the gentleman here that presented here today, if you could kindly share that with Ms. Khan. And I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to her to see if we can get something going by the end of business day tomorrow. Ms. Khan.
Yeah, Chair, members of the committee, here, the Navajo Nation code does provide for special situation where the emergency situation and something has to be open. Helps subjects that can go to directly to the council without the 5-day comment period and without being overseen by oversight committees are very limited. And I would have to research whether this would fit within one of those categories. And the Nation Supreme Court has looked at the way Navajo Nation council this particular provision. And these are the areas which matter in constituting an emergency shall be limited to the cessation of law enforcement services and disaster relief services, fire protection services, or other direct services required as an entitlement under Navajo Nation or federal law, or which directly threaten the sovereignty of the Navajo Nation. So that any legislation would have to fit into that particular category, and I would discuss
it. Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that clarification. And again, Honorable Simpson, does that clarify your request for your emergency legislation? As Ms. Khan has to consult with our Chief Legal Counsel, Ms. Barbara. I'd like to go ahead and first yield the floor over to Mr. Malone and then back to you, Mr. Mulqueen. Sir Luna.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Resource Development Committee. I appreciate the willingness to hurry up and get something drafted for legislation. We would like to request for a sponsor. Who would be our sponsor for this legislation to move forward?
Yeah, Honorable Simpson, I'll co-sponsor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alona. Mr. Mokley.
Yes, I just wanted, in light of that, to bring it announcement. I have a good working relationship with the Arizona attorney, Jay Harris. Now he has the answer to his boss. Just the fact that something is drafted in regular procedure, I can actually point to the it's actually being drafted. I'm pretty confident, very confident that that would be sufficient to make sure that no adverse action brings to the ranchers. So I just wanted to add that. And, you know, as long as I can demonstrate it's moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mokley. Before I yield the floor over to Honorable Danny Simpson, I do appreciate that in regards to giving your response to the state of Arizona legal counsel, knowing that the nation is taking a position on this and trying to take that initiative to immediately address this issue. So if you can kindly share that with legal counsel and also our advisor, Mr. Cotton here, so that we know going forward the dialogue that will be happening. I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Simpson first and then Honorable Arso.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of our seat here, and I appreciate that. It's hard to pronounce your last name, but Mr. DOJ.
You're allowed to pronounce David Mulqueen, which is actually the way most people pronounce it. I actually go by Mulqueen, but it turns out when they do their genealogy, it's probably I've been mispronouncing it for 60-something years, yes.
So, I apologize, sir. Sir, definitely for that, what you just stated. I guess what we can do is not consider an emergency, but we can still draft up the legislation, and I'll definitely sponsor. And we'll go into the representative to that, but what 3 weeks away. So we can do that. So still, we need to drop in the hopper as soon as possible so we can get a 5-day comment period and get it before the appropriate committees and get it to the council. So if that can be worked on with yourself and Rihanna, we can get that done. So get ready for the council session. I think it's 3rd week of October. So I appreciate that. Just going to comment on that, Madam Chair. Yeah.
wishing if you had honorable citizen for that recommendation again, now would just be regular legislation going before the standing committee, but legal counsel would see have to go before. And again, it will be hitting the regular council fall session the week of October. Right now, I'd like to yield before it was honorable Otto.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, and Lona, Sir Nota, and Sir Mokui. However your name is stated, but when you look at the old 1882 executive order map, Moki reservation.
You'll definitely help you.
That's just like it.
Work closely with you on the lot of the committees that, you know, I understand all your level because that's.
So, what I'm getting to is that, the request to, waive limited sovereign immunity is something that I think that, we could, most likely have that discussion in the legislation will be introduced. But thinking outside the box, I think that how the Navajo Nation allows enterprises to waive their the limited waiver of sovereign immunity. I think that we need to look at this policy in that nature. Because right now, with the enterprises, it's granted to them by council. They notify us, you know, whether a contract they're getting into or a loan that they're applying for, things like that. So I think moving forth, Mr. Lona Chase, maybe try that. Propose that we give that authority to that division of natural resources, because it is in this case, this is required. Because somewhere down the line again, the state of Arizona is gonna amend the laws again and it'll come back to the drawing table and knock on your door and say, oh, these are the new policies. At the same time, we need you to waive your limited sovereign immunity. And therefore, I think that dialogue, just thinking outside the box, maybe we could grant it to you guys. You don't have to come back and forth to the council for that. And this maybe find a mechanism in place where, you know, as long as the oversight committee is notified and then the president signs, because it requires, I believe it will require collaboration with the president also. So but I believe that up to you guys how you want to craft that. You don't have to come back to council. Because when you get to council, someone's gonna say, oh, you're hawking the rainbow, you're bad, and all this stuff. But, you know, it puts you in their, look at it as in their ball field. If the state, in this case, if the state does something wrong, we could file against the state, vice versa. Then at the same time, it's just the land statuses too, that the land, when the lands were purchased, they're still in fee status. You know, we still have to comply with state law on a lot of their properties. We still have to pay those taxes. We still have to pay whatever needs to be paid in the state of Arizona. So it is all about some case from the other one. The other is that I think that we really need to get a hold of the total acreage, you know, off of the 3 properties. You know, we have Scutus Ranch, we have the Winslow properties and Big Bow. Because Navajo consumption or think that, oh, that's Navajo land. But So it's on the best. This is like the chapter. Just had, we heard a corrective action plan and there's a policy that's in place that they have to comply with. The IEP. This getting us to comply with the new state regulation pertaining to the Arizona grazing leases. So we have to comply with that. And then the other is that as we make these determinations, this is sort of in left field pertaining to the tribal ranches, and it's not pertaining to the wavering of limited sovereign immunity. But we need to really find a way to better run these properties so that we do run it like a business. I know Big Bow generates money. The only ranch that makes money. Got you $8, $4, $6, if I need that per animal unit. You know, if you run it as in the business sense, it's able to jail. We know that the cattle market fluctuates. I bet that you the price of cattle is high. Yes, at one point cattle will go down. You know what I mean? We have to look at that. I think that we are that's something that it's always been on my mind. How do we run a ranch like a business? Not something to try to supplement and say, they're reckoning in the benefits as they lease these lands, at least these ranches. They're reckoning in the benefits. This is sort of in left field, but this is in my mind. With that, but we have to move forward to on this. So thank you.
She honorable also in regards to state need related to the subject matter that we are talking about here to waiver limited to sovereign immunity for the 3 ranches in the state of Arizona. So again, when we talk about sovereign immunity, there's just the context of sovereign immunity is a big, I'm sure it's a leadership concern, but when legal counsel exercises the appropriate due process, due diligence, then there's really nothing for us to question, because again, every decision that we as leadership make is really the best interest of the Navajo Nation. So we always have to often stand behind legislative, our legal counsel, general counsel, what would be the best, strategy going forward. And we trust you. And we also trust our legal counsel here in the legislative. And again, we do support this initiative. And again, it was recommended to get a regular legislation going, provided that you work with legislative counsel in this to provide her the necessary documents so that she can draft a falsifiable legislation. So that it will hopefully come before the Navajo Nation Council fall session. So I just make that request. Mr. Nota.
Thank you, Chair. Just one clarification for the committee. For example, on the Whistler track, there's 3 layers that you need to think about. One is the Navajo Nation lease that we have with the SC. Secondly, is the lease with the state of Arizona on state land. Now, some of these teams have their own lease with the state of Arizona on their leases. So you have 3 layers of leases on properties in Winslow. Big Bow basically is Navajo Nation and the state. On Peaks, I want to clarify that. There's no state lands on Peaks.
Okay.
Okay, we deal with a U.S. Forest Service lease there. And on Peaks, that lease is about 160,000 acres. And all we own on Peaks is only 900 acres.
Okay. 4,900 acres. The rest of that ranch is all Forest Service division. Okay. So that's something to keep in mind. But in Forest Service, they don't require a waiver of sovereign immunity or limited waiver. On the BLM lease in Winslow, the rancher has the BLM lease, not an animal. Okay. And that one section of ground is within our ranch. Sort of like checkerboard type of situation. Okay, so I just want to put that out to the committee, so you kind of speak to the maze. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Milton, for that clarification on the complexity of how these leases are structured with, the municipal tract. And thank you for that clarification, Mr. Malona.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and the Resource Development Committee. I think as a result of going through this challenge with Arizona on these leases, I think that we found or Mr. Moheen here had opened the door to work with the state. And what I'm talking about is in Chin Lee, we've been trying to help the Department of Economic Security get a lease so they can put a brand new building there to service the people. And they've been having that challenge. And I know the Black Hat for years has been trying to work with the state from their legal people at Economic Security to agree to the Navajo Nation lease language. And so I think this is going to help us maybe use this lease that the state has agreed to if there's a very limited waiver of sovereignty attached that they're comfortable with and that we're comfortable with. I think is going to open the door to be able to help that entity in Chin Lee have a new building and to be able to get a lease to pump money into to build that building. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Motion you found, Mr. Halona. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, the presentation that was made here before the report, again, is waiver limited sovereign immunity for the Winslow tract, the Depot, and not to Peach Fringe. So with that, legal counsel with Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Mr. Moheen, has been involved in dialogue with the state of Arizona Attorney General in hopes that we can get some sort of negotiation and agreement going here. And it is a very pressing issue to get support from the Navajo Nation Council in regards to waiver requests. So with that, a legislation will be drafted, Department of Justice and our legal counsel, Ms. Connor, Ms. Quinn will work with Mr. Moheen to get to the necessary documents to draft a legislation that will go before the standing committees of the Navajo Nation Council and also to the Navajo Nation Council as a whole during the fall session. Now, one of the recommendations that was given to me by my colleague here is, just to congregate to council to see if one of my colleagues from Resources and Development Committee at the NABI meeting tomorrow at the council chambers to add this as a report to the agenda so that the 25th Navajo Nation Council will at least have on their radar and have an understanding of what this legislation is going to be for as it's going to be forthcoming. So in hopes that, the gentleman that made the presentation here today would hopefully be ready if council does choose to add this to the agenda tomorrow. So I just wanted to, so those are the next task. So again, any members of Resources Development Committee with final comments or questions? Going once, going twice. Okay, with that, I'd like to go ahead and request for a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports. Item A, Honorable Shauna Incla, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Great, thank you for that, Mr. Tommy, and with that motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. And going on to item letter B, report from the Department of Minerals, General Land Development Department, Navajo Nation Land Department, and Navajo Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit on the number of extractive mineral leases and permits being requested, the number of delays in the requests, and the reason behind the delays. We do have presenter, Ms. Rowena Jeremiah, who is the Director for the Department of Minerals, who is on the call. We do have Betsy Anderson Abasta, the Department Manager for General Land Development Department. Mr. Byron, is he on call? Do you know? Betsy? Okay.
You might
So-
want to ask Mr. Malone.
Mr. Byron Matsui, Land Department. And then also, is Veronica Blackhat, Assistant Attorney General for the Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to you for your presentation. And you do have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members of REC. My name is Betsy Anderson, Ambassador with the Development Department. And, I don't really have anything, a presentation, I think just an update so far as what we have going on with NTEC. And the only thing, the conversations we've had so far is with Ms. Sarah Lawson, a consultant for NTEC, and she's the one tasked with acquiring the documentation for their lease. So we met with her within the past, probably like 3 weeks, and we communicated back to her that they just need to amend their whole legal surveys to admit Miss Alice Denali's homestead lease, which is located in the southwest corner of their property. So that's as far as we know, and we're still awaiting the documentation back from Sarah Lawson and NTEC. And that's all I can speak to as far as GLAD is concerned.
Okay, thank you for that report. Betsy, so this presentation says the number of extractive mineral leases and permits. So would this be a report to be given by Ms. Jeremiah? Okay, Ms. Jeremiah, are you on the call?
I am on the call, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'd like to go ahead and allow you the floor right now to just give a report in regards to the information that is requested on mineral leases or any permits that are currently overall being requested, and the number of delays in their requests, and with the delays, the reason behind these delays have been ongoing, or what are some of the issues that Minerals Department is currently experiencing, or what are some of the challenges, and if you do need policymakers assistance to revise some policies. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to say good morning to everyone. All honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, everyone there in person. I apologize for not being there in person today. And good afternoon to everyone else on the call. My name is Rowena Jeremiah. I am the Director of Minerals Department. The Minerals Department has not. Hello?
That's it. If I may interject, I do apologize. I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to our advisor, Mr. Tommy.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I did forward out Ms. Jeremiah's document. However, the document does read as confidential. I'm not sure if Ms. Jeremiah is going to give a general overview that could be made public. But as far as this report goes and the labeling of the document as confidential, this report needs to be held in executive session. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
I can't, Mr. Tahi. So I'd like to ask for Mr. Honorable Araso.
My recommendation that if this is, the report is deemed confidential, I would request to defer the legislation or the report to the next RDC meeting there in Winter Rock, That way we can have a in-depth conversation pertaining to the issue there. Thank you. Motion to defer.
Kabushi, members of Resources and Development Committee, there is a motion on the floor by Honorable Otto to defer this to report to the next Resources and Development Committee as it requires an possible executive session and it is confidential information. So I do have a motion and a second was made by Vice Chair Johnson. So members of Resources and Development Committee members, do we have any questions on this motion that was made by Honorable Otto? Going once, going twice. Okay, so with that, we'd like to defer this item, Ms. Chair Maya. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and defer this item, but let's go ahead and take a roll call vote at this time.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for deferring item receiving report 5B to the next RDC meeting. Honorable Sean Ankla, how do you vote? Excuse, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Elder Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, a motion carries to defer this report item to the next Resources and Development Committee meeting with regard to confidential, information that will be shared from Minerals Department. And again, Ms. Chairman, I just want to sincerely thank you for your commitment and also being available. But we'll go ahead and defer this item to the next Resources Development Committee. And also to the presenters here, thank you for being here and presenting the GAP. And with that, we're going on to item letter C, report from the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, NTUA, managers and board of directors on the reconnection fees collected from NTUA customers and recommendations on revisiting NTUA enabling legislation, Title 21, Chapter 1. We do have presenters, Mr. Walter Haas, General Manager, Mr. Rex Coops, Deputy General Manager, Ms. Rainey Nelson, Associate Deputy General Manager, and Board of Director members of the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to the team from NTUA. And we did get your report. Thank you for your presentation. So we'll go ahead and use that as a guide to follow. So you do have the floor. 20 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Vice Chair, and honorable members of the Resources Committee. My name is Walter Haas. I'm the General Manager of NTUA. For the sake of the 20 minutes, we've got kind of a thorough PowerPoint that we'd like to walk through with you. The two items that we'd like to cover is the enabling legislation that Brandon Bitsui will go over with you. And then we want to give a history a little bit, to have content around the reconnect fees. We're going to have Orlando, Pete, and Gerard Curley speak to that, and then we'll be available for any questions. So I'd like to pass it on to Brandon to talk about the enabling legislation. We're starting on page 4.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, honorable members of the committee. I'm going to be going through the enabling legislation of NTUA. The Navajo Tribal Council created the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority through resolution CJA 1459. And the original purpose was to meet all of the utility needs of the Navajo people, and started out as an electric utility in Shiprock with 12 employees in 1959. Of course, that it has grown since then. NTUA is a multi-utility nonprofit tribal enterprise. And what I'm going to read now is that the current objectives of NTUA as they are written in the Navajo Nation code right now. So first, NTUA's current objectives are to operate, maintain, and promote existing utility systems, furnishing electric, gas, water, sewer, wastewater, utility services, generation and telecommunications and information services for the benefit of the residents of the Navajo Nation, including the establishment, ownership, operation, and maintenance of electric generating, telecommunications and information services,
on or off the Navajo reservation. Next is to expand and execute such extensions of existing and new utility generation, telecommunication and information services systems as are appropriate, efficient, and feasible. And we want to highlight that, you know, when we expand and execute those extensions, they're supposed to be appropriate, efficient, and feasible. On the next page, so NCUA's purposes are to plan for, provide, and furnish utility, generation, telecommunications, and information services to all areas of the Navajo Nation, where such services are determined to be feasible and economical. To promote the use of utility generation, telecommunications, and information services where available in order to improve the health and welfare of the residents of the Navajo Nation, and to provide utility generation, telecommunications, and information services on a non-profit basis and at a reasonable cost to residents of the Navajo Nation, consistent with economical operation of the enterprise. And ancillary to do this, we have the purpose to do everything necessary, proper, advisable, or convenient for the accomplishment of the purposes the herein above set forth, and do all things incidental thereto or connected therewith, which are not forbidden by law or this chapter for the enterprise. On the next page, the control of operation. It is intended that the control and operations of this enterprise shall be patterned closely as is feasible on the lines of chartered public service corporation of similar magnitude with a management board comparable to a board of directors of such a corporation. And in this next one bullet is just a reiteration that NCUA operates as a nonprofit, meaning any revenue generated is put back into the company for operations and maintenance. So I was focused on the purposes, we didn't get into the board, and so I'm going to pass it over to my colleague.
Afternoon, REC members. I'm going to speak now to the reconnection piece set, but in order to really understand that, we want to show you the context of the history and some of the business decisions that we've made to get to the point where I speak to the reconnection fees that were set. So on page 7, in March of 2020, we had established a non-disconnect policy. In this policy, we had suspended disconnections, we suspended the assessment of late fees as well as reconnection fees. That policy was in place until September of 2022, so just over 2.5 years. Part of the reason that it was extended for so long is because with prior administration, we had discussions with then President Nez and the 24th Council in hopes and expectation that some CARES money and ARPA money would be used to help alleviate some of the pressures that our customers are seeing with their utility bills. Unfortunately, many of those CARES dollars, which we were hoping to see, did not come to fruition, and many of that was reverted. So bear in mind that many of the neighboring utility services had ended their disconnection policies at the end of 2020. We ended our policy in September of 2022. However, we did not start disconnecting until May of 2023, so over about 3 years. In June of 2022, we began our outreach efforts to notify the public that we were going to resume disconnections in September. At that time, our residential customers carried a balance of 11.4 million. Prior to the pandemic, at the end of 2019, our residential customers carried a balance of 435,000. That spread is very important to take note of because what that represents is cash that we had not received from our customers. We use that cash to pay our operating expenses. And so through the pandemic, we had carried that balance. A large part of it was carried through finance, through short-term loans and line of credit. I'll speak a little bit later to the costs that we carry in order to do that. So in the 3 months that we had that campaign, we were able to reduce the residential agent about 1.3 million. So at the end of September, that balance was 10.1 million. At the end of September is when we had partnered with NHA and with the prior administration, and we had identified 10 million to encumber for utility assistance. And what that did is it allowed us to lead into our past fee program that influenced also our decision to delay our disconnections. And so all this was at the end of September of 2022. So on page 8, when we rolled out our past due program, we approached it in 3 phases. It is important to note that this was a new endeavor for us outside of what we typically operate. And from November 22 to February of 2023, this was our first phase of outreach. We had employees who were located at the district offices. We did intake. This also included media campaign over the radio, social media. There was direct mail. We had let the office of the president and vice president know at that time. We had emailed the 24 councils, they were aware, and then as well as all 110 chapters. So at the end of February, we had received just over 4,500 applications. When we assessed that, we saw that 71% or 9,900 of our past due customers still had not applied for the program. And so we adjusted what our approach was in order to maximize the benefits of this program to our customers. And that included more targeted outreach to families and homes that we identified who had the most need. Some of these customers carry balances over $10,000. So we made direct home visits. We provided notary services, again, to do what we could to provide access and the ability to apply for this program. The final phase of this, which I'll speak to on the next slide, was our disconnections, and this began in May. But because this was a new program for us, we were constantly reevaluating our response to the need, the response to applications. So by the end of February, we had hired 10 new contact center agents because we realized that this, in order for this program to be successful, it had to be centralized. And so we had identified the contact center to do that because they had the ability to do the outreach, they had connections with the district offices. And so we had, by the end of February, hired 10. And those 10 employees had never been trained on our phone system. So they were solely committed to processing applications. So through the whole program, I think we estimate we had around 21 employees who were assisting through this PDR program. April 1st of 2023, we had expanded our call queue, and what this allowed us to do with any overflow of calls that came through the call center would then route to the district offices. Again, this is going to alleviate some of the pressure because we had reallocated some of our resources, so specifically the call center, to the PDR program. We had one last round of outreaches from August 28th to September 15th of this year. And this was in anticipation to the close of the grant. That was a three-week outreach program where, again, we were out at the districts. We did make home visits, and we did provide notary services as well. Moving on to page 9. So, when we approached the disconnections at the beginning of May, at this time there were still customers who had incomplete applications. So in anticipation of the grant close and the comprehensive review that we had for our assistance program, we began disconnections in May again to incentivize some of these customers to bring in completed applications. We also had reached out to customers who had not applied for the program and still carried large balances. We took a tiered approach. we began with customers who owed more than 1,500, and then slowly, in June and July, we began to scale that down. We chose May because we did not want to disconnect, in the winter when the weather was colder. We also wanted to maximize what the benefit of the award program, because if we had awarded customers earlier, let's say in March or in April, those customers, if they did not pay their subsequent bills, would be subject again for disconnections in May. So we wanted to extend that to maximize what the benefit was. And if you can look at the graph here, you'll see in April that residential balance had grown to 17.6 million. This was the highest point that it had ever been through our moratorium. In August, we had moved back to our normal disconnection process. So customers who had a past due balance of more than $50 were disconnected, and you can see the count there had increased in May from 2,900 to 7,100 in August. Now, because we used the cash that we received from customers to operate and pay our operating expenses. When we have to cover unpaid balances, that comes at a cost. One of the mechanisms, one of the ways we have to capture some of that costs are through reconnection fees. What you're seeing here is a snapshot of our tariff. It indicates that the reconnection fee is $25. The after hour fee begins at 5 p.m. And that's at $50. These are without taxes. The table below will show you the number of reconnect fees that we assess, their value, and the number of reconnect fees that we reverse. They could have been reversed because it may be a customer's first time being disconnected. They had a very good payment history. We had experienced some issues where customers were disconnected and they weren't. And when they were identified, we reversed the fees in those cases. Moving on to page 11. This also shows a snapshot from our tariff, and this speaks to the late fees. There's a 1.5% late fee that's assessed for balances that are past due 30 days. Again, this is one mechanism that we have to offset the financing that we undertook to maintain our operating expenses. So you can see here, this table shows the number of or the value of late fees assessed from September 19th of 2022 when we ended our non-disconnect policy to current. One item to pay special attention to is the fourth bullet. So this lets you know the cost that we carry to maintain these balances. And that's a little over 1.7 million in interest is what we paid.
And kind of to expand on that, because you've seen our balances of how it was at $10 million and it jumped up to 14 million and it jumped up to 7. So this is calculated based on the interest rates. As you guys know, the interest rates they started out low for COVID, but then they significantly increased. Right now with our line of credit, our interest rate is about 7.25%. So that went into the calculation for the 1.7 million that we had to borrow in order to meet our needs, in order to support the balances that are due from the customers. Okay. Moving on to slide 12. So what's N2A's plan going forward? N2A board has been very active and wanting us to be very active in customer service. Safety is our #1 priority, but customer service is another item that comes right after that. Customer service, we developed a customer service program. The first initiation was with our call center, which we put in place in 2017. We were therefore going into face-to-face interactions with the districts, that was our next version of the plan. However, COVID hit. And then, once COVID was over, we actually went into the PDR program. So as of right now, what we're trying to do is get back and jump on that implementation of the customer service plan. NTUA is in the process of hiring a customer service manager. So this customer service manager will report to myself. That would include supervision of the call center along with district personnel handling customers. The other item that we've identified that kind of exposed us from the PDR was with our phone systems. So it's kind of the lack of support or the lack of employees that we had answering the phones. And then it was their phone system as well. Currently on our phone systems, we were only able to accept 115 calls at one time. However, with this new upgrade that we're doing from analog to digital, we'll be moving that from 115 to 350 lines. So that's 3 times more capacity that we could answer phones with. As of right now, we are in the process of hiring 10 more employees to assist in the call center as well. They're going through a 3-week training so that when they come online, they'll be able to assist employees, as well as we're training 2 additional district personnel. So when we look at the total employees that will be assisting in the whole program itself, it's about 36 employees that will be on the phones at that time. And then the last note that we wanted to mention is that we are making improvements to the customer portal itself. I know that there have been issues with the customer portal. A lot of it has been, we were trying to look at mechanisms that would help customers without having to come into the districts, without having them to call us. We were hoping that the portal would be one interface that we could implement that would alleviate them from doing that. However, when we did the testing for the portal, everything tested fine, everything passed. We tested it 3 times. We put it into play, and then we had issues after that. So that's kind of what happened with the portal. Going on to the next slide on the tendencies, 13. These are just additional information that we've included. The 3 items are on the rate comparison, challenges with answering the phone, and challenges with the customer portal. Moving on to slide 14, if you look at the rate comparison. So these are NTUA rates compared to other utility service providers around the reservation. What this basically allows us to see is that when we look at the average usage, there's 390 kilowatt usage in the summertime and then 580 kilowatt usage in the wintertime. So it splits each of our business areas by summer and winter to show you the increase in usages. And when we look, NTUA is somewhat on the pretty low end of the spectrum compared to other areas around the reservation. And again, the other thing that I wanted to point out here is that when we look at some of the cities like Page, Farmington, and Gallup, these have customers that live right next to each other, communities, where the houses are far apart. But here on the reservation, we have customers that have, our electric system has 4 customers per mile of line. So just for comparative purposes. Moving on to slide 15. Again, this is some of the challenges that we encountered with answering the phone calls. As we alluded earlier, and Orlando did as well, a lot of it had to do with the capacity of the phone, as well as the available resources of our employees, because our employees were handling the PDR. So this is the challenges and kind of the short-term actions that were planned. And again, we formed a team, an internal team, to look at our customer service, to address customer service issues. So this was back in March when we started planning for, what are we going to do once we start disconnecting individuals. So we have been planning since March, and then by direction of our board too, they've been telling us that we've been getting feedback of this from this customer, this from that customer. So with that, we kind of implemented what they mentioned into our planning as well too. And again, the long-term plan is going from an analog phone line to a digital phone. And then the last slide, page 16, again, goes over our customer portals. There were issues as it relates to the auto pay and the one-time payments and kind of the end user interaction. Those transactions are operable right now. However, some customers aren't knowledgeable that, well, where do I make a one-time payment at? Where can I check to make sure that my payments have been made? So these are kind of things that we're currently looking at with the portal. And the long-term action plan, again, is being more open with customers, letting them know that, this is, you can call us, you could contact us, we'll walk you through the customer portal side of things. Also, giving tutorials out to the public where they can actually look and see how they can navigate the portal itself. And Madam Chair, with that concludes our presentation.
Rishi? Yeah, I'd like to thank NTUA team for providing the PowerPoint or presentation and providing your presentation to Resources and Development Committee. At this time, I'd like to request for one of the members to motion the report that was given to us by Napa Carbon Utility Authority. May I get a motion? May I get a motion? Honorable Rick Ness, may I get a second? Honorable Danny Simpson. Thank you, gentlemen. And with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, I know that we have questions on this because we've been getting a lot of inquiries from our constituents across the Navajo Nation that are being serviced by NTUA for their utility services. So for those, Josh Nottle, members of Resources and Development Committee. Honorable Rick Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't, Mr. Hollis, your staff, certainly appreciate you taking the time, Mr. Hollis, to come before the committee here today. And we do appreciate your time here. On page 14 here, since the public is listening, see that there's always complaints that NTUA charges a lot. This comparison is good. This should be sent to the chapter so they can tell the folks out there the comparisons, because I see NTUA's electric in the summer is $34.61 compared to Page is low at $33.24, but just a little low. And then in the winter, it's low again, $46.39. Now, Farmington, I see that they're at $52.79. That's $11 more than NTUA in the summer. And then in the winter, $72.66 at Farmington. I just want to know, where do you guys get this information? Did you contact the city of Farmington to do that? And then you go over to water, Page is lower than NTUA, as well as Farmington is lower than NTUA. NTUA's is at $35.34, and Page is at $17.42, and Farmington is at $18. And I'm just looking at this, and I think this is something that the chapter should be aware of, the comparison. And also one of the pages I marked up here it must be way up front here. Just hold on one moment there. NTUA began disconnecting in May of 2023. That's just a few months ago. And in September 30th, 2022, I'm on page 7, 10 million encumbered with NHA and HUD to establish the past due relief program. I'm glad that NHA stepped up under the HUD program to work with NTUA to help our people. our Navajo people, especially our elderly. Man, some of them go to dialysis and they just shiver. They're cold. Even in the summer, they are cold. They want to be wrapped up in a blanket or build a fire or plug in the electric heater. And this is what I was concerned about for the elderly. And then from the last presentation, I was concerned about the disconnections as well as other fees that NTUA was charging the clients. Now, on page 8, phase 1, it says 4,541 applications were accepted for this PDR program, the late fees, not the late fees, but people that have accumulated a large bill that they can't pay. And I'm sure they're on limited income, and my heart goes out to them. And then it's good that you had 6 intake employees and you guys had additional employees that are helping the people. Now, my question to you is by agency, out of this 4,541, how many from each of the agency? I would like to just ask from Northern Agency. So that would be my question, Madam Chair, back to you.
Christine, Honorable Ness for raising your question. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenters with NTUA. One of the questions was where would the utility rates compare to retreat from? And then also by agency, the amount of 4,541 applications that were received. Do you have any numbers that are broken down by agencies to come to a total amount of that 4,500 plus applications? So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to NTUA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First thing was, where did we get the information from? We got it from website, and we also got it directly from the communities. Mr. Gerard Curley actually did the calculations himself and got the information through the process. You also asked about why such a difference in the water rate, why are so much higher in some other communities. It's really because of the distance and how many people you have on a mile of line. When you have a lot more customers on a mile of line, their operating expenses are put across a whole bunch of customers. When I only have 4 customers per mile of line, I have to charge more because my cost is more per average customer. So it's basically an economic situation, basically how do you break even in the rates? And as Mr. Curley described earlier, when you talk about City of Farmington and Page, it's not only the homes are close together, but they also have apartment buildings and complexes. So you end up with hundreds of more customers per mile of line. So that fixed cost for that 1 mile, I'm just gonna say it's $100. If I have 100 customers, I only have to get $1 from each customer. If I have 4 customers and it's $100, I've got to get $25 from each customer just to break even. So it really is related to the distance and the service that we're providing for the distance. It's not related to the actual water. And it's also related to how much you use. You asked a question also about cost. One of the things that people are seeing their bills increase, even though NTUA hasn't raised its electric rates for the 16 years that I've been here, is that NTUA is not immune from the fuel fees. So we have to go out and think about 3 years ago, you could buy gas for $2 a gallon. Now it's over $4 a gallon. I have to pass those costs on one for one, be able to recover them from the customer. And I'm not immune to the marketplace. The other thing that we've seen happen is that, as you mentioned before, our folks are getting more elderly and they need to have more heat on. So they're actually using more units of energy and more units of services per customer. And because this year has been a strange year, we've had it colder and hotter, that has stressed our customers, unfortunately, through the process. One thing that was happening is through the payment program, we were allowed to recover those late fees through the payment program. So not all the customers and not all the fees we got through the late program actually came from the customer's pocket. It came from the federal government, from NHA helping them. And we needed those dollars to recover that $1,725,000 and we had to pay a bank for interest. If we don't get that money from the folks who created the issue, then we have to get the money from the folks that are paying their bills, because NTA is a non-profit entity. We don't have another source of money to be able to get that money from folks. So we use those there. You had asked a question about the disconnect fees. And I think you also asked a question about agency. We have the agency information for you. We don't have it based on the 4,000. We have it based on 7,261 applications. So we have it for a longer period of time. And I'm gonna let Orlando walk you through that. He's brought that information out in other things, but Orlando, do you want to walk through that?
And what I'm referencing is the presentation that we shared last Wednesday. But for the northern agency, so Shiprock,
Agents got last one second.
it was just over 1,700, so 1,797 for the Shiprock agency.
And out of 7,261. Now you have to take it out of how many? And why don't you just read them all to us, they have it all.
For the Chin agency, at the time we had collected 1,749 applications. For Crown Point Eastern, 533. For Defiance was 2,088. Shiprock, that I mentioned earlier, 1,797. And for Cuba City and Western, 1,094. That was so the total of all of those agencies, 7,261.
That total was as of.
So this total was as of September 19th, 2023.
Does that complete your response?
Yes, I believe I answered all those questions.
Okay, well, with that, Honorable Mayor, Deputy, we got his questions answered. Any other members of Resource Development Committee, Honorable Otto?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for bringing this report to the Resources Development Committee. And we know we had an extensive dialogue last week, and pertaining to the issue of the reconnection and billing. We know that, and I did indicate that we know that the onus is that is to the user. But one thing that I really stress is the customer service, the customer relation. That's where I think the breakdown is at. And just like how I was indicate that travel programs operate in silos. Don't come across the board to across the street to help each other. But you know, I think that a lot of it really needs to be that direct service. You know, the number of people is you know, who gets services is actually you know, trying to pay for the services rendered. And at the same time, you have the enterprise or the company trying to take out what they need to or charge these additional charges to try to make up, whether it's to fuel the 2-ton truck that's driving the supply to the power line project, or no, we're actually not power line project, to a power outage. Majority of the power line projects is funded by NAMA. It's we're separating that. But what I'm getting to is that, you know, they own ends, the operation maintenance, whether it's water or to electricity. So that's one, and that you know, we all we get the run of it there when we get home, wherever our district's at. I will say this again. I always pay the lowest on my electric APS to the city. So I always say that HOA is higher. My rates are lower than HOA's rates. Moving out of a apartment. I actually got a APS is 7 each. Then I just have the habit of paying extra, but you know, with last month's usage for my final bill that came in, I was just looking at my bill and at $21.70. But I'm at the tail end of moving out of the apartment, so the usage is low. And but what I'm getting to is that, you know, somewhere the breakdown is that the constant information to the chapter is needed. I was thinking about how many times did NCUA come to my chapter meeting since I came to council? This is 9 years, not one day. Not one day NCUA has been making a report to the city chapter. This is just to the city. I don't know about you guys' chapters, but you know, talking about, you know, the rates or explaining why the glitch happened on the portal. Because a lot of people, that my wife pays everything on the portal in QA. Yesterday she tried to access it, or Monday she tried to access it and it was down. So I went into Board of Finance and paid the bill. And so that's what I mean. Last week I was coming in and I got a call from a person from Shanto. How come my internet's down? What? Internet is not working in Shanto. I'm trying to get a hold of NCUA. I'm not NCUA, I'm not the internet person. You need to call their 1-800. This is their employees' work phone number. Sorry, not the internet, you know, things like that. And then that dialogue is just really needed there local level, whether it's in the city or Tomalia or here in essentially, you know, that information is very it's really good information that I think that people could understand. And then we could be then up issues that this is the reason why. And that is my I had another conversation. I walked out of the RDC Works strategic session yesterday to take care of an issue. They threw away and just one phone call and resolve everything. Ricky made a customer jump through hoops. And that's the reason why that's the reason why I'm talking about. I'm the one that brought up the issue of what the item is on the agenda indicating about the revisiting of NQA's enabling legislation. How can we better it so that better that policy, force them to maybe we have to put it in the law. Because this communication should be done automatically. And that's what people shouldn't be asking. They shouldn't be asking me why the electric bill went up or whatever their situation is. Because I'm not the enterprise. And I tell them, call into wait. And the answer, they put you on hold. Earlier today, I indicated there's 2 travel programs that I keep calling and calling. I'm just one person to the city, and I was on the road coming in, and that was community development and DOG. And if that customer is getting that type of us or memorable, you know, it's out there. I like it when this NQA had their call directly to the district indirectly. Today you call the 1-800 number and someone from Chicago picks it up. Or from one. And, you know, just, and I think that's what now what they should is talking about. And, we know that, changing to the issue of turn off, things like that, just more of the public education should have, you know, it's needed there. And, that way they do understand. And, the information that I received from last week, we'll be presenting that to my chapter. And I'm sure they're going to be asking me the technical questions of what services you guys provide. And my responsibility is not in but who is that community liaison that's supposed to get that information out to the to your customers, whether it's water, sewer, or electricity, or natural gas. Hey, Sean, who do you have in Western? I know you guys have Mr. Ashley on, but Acorda is at Wonderbout. Who's at the local level? Maybe send an engineering tech over there that goes out to do individual site drawings, individual as-builts, and who can talk Navajo, Neketchik, Koye, Hikajnet. And alcohol, they understand. They're still out there. I had this elder tell me, this is years ago when I decided, I didn't tend to run the council. This Navajo lady, grandmother came to me. She asked me to feed, here's $250 money order, run. And I said, yeah, you should average. And she says, 100 people from Renfrew Council. And I said, kita pa, no chon has indicate petition. No, I think it's the. And then we're still out here, those Navajo elders that live in there off the grid. No one's communicating indirectly with them. Even now, I thought about it. That's what got me here. Mama Nights here. So I see when we go into leadership position. It's not time and day. Carry the whole weight on your shoulder and now asking why this, why that. But in this case, that why they're asking this question, that responsibility really need to get the enterprise to really have that one-on-one dialogue at the local level, whether it's to the chapter or months. We know that travel policy has the enterprise form achievement that they're the children of the Navajo Nation, and you look at it as you're in your own home. If what do you do? You have to, punish them, and say, hey, you're not willing to take your phone away for a week. You don't continue to help around the house, wash dishes, or things like that. In this case, that responsibility that's enacted in Title 21, that responsibility on a lady customer that you have an obligation to. And that's what I'm talking about. somewhere. It doesn't have to come to this, but willingly you have to do this. And but I still urge the body to go back and look at this. I think we need to reform it. I need how could we try to modernize it? Like I indicated earlier, 9 years. I came in. I haven't seen this enterprise come in to say, let's modify Title 21, the enabling legislation. And let's do this and do that. This is what we're running into. The only modification we did was to raise the debt ceiling. But that's for the good of the company. Council's been granting these things, appropriating monies, funding for projects out there. Somewhere we need to have the company come and meet us in the middle on these things. All the up on this case. Don't want to don't let these kids and what else is there? Not all people out there being in touch. That's the main thing. And that it's not a small word, it's big concept of that says what, why, where, when to be. That way they understand. So the Lord catches me home, do it eat. That tells me that comprehension, that one-on-one did not happen. Or even now. I don't argue that so each time did. What happened such as been it. The judge even though they speak English, they comprehend the Navajo really quick. That's why I always say, get challenged, you know, it's just analogies. That's what I'm getting to. I did into it now. Don't on this case. Really hope that we move forward to try to take care of this. I know that you guys are serving the greater need of the Navajo people out there. But the kind of one thing is that I think that provides that are Navajo people not to understand things in terms of communication. Really need to get it out there. And I know you have good and well-spoken Navajo employees that are out there that work for you that could get the message out there. The other day, last week, my sister-in-law, electric shut off again, $220. And went over, get some bacon. Well, electric's off. So called her and said, "What's your bill?" I don't know. I thought we paid it. It's $220. I paid it on the portal. And I said, I hope you don't have to go into way and stand in line, because that was what was going on. And my sister-in-law's working in APS that shut down. And she had groceries in them. And it's for $220. And wow. So and then that's when I thought you're not one of those Navajos that has their utility bills way up there. Now this is what it is. This is just some concept, just some information that I alluded to in a conversation where a person, my little brother, about $58 his electric was turned off at Sanders while he was out on travel. She answered the question. Got there, whoa, what's going on? What's your bill? Then come to find out that $58. The whole refrigerator, stop with me, deep freezer, So the question, over 50 hours. Shouldn't have happened. And that's only one person, brother. What about out there? How many other families face that? I don't know. But this is what I can attest to. Should they go? Once this case, and I think to get that message out there to them. And that's all I can say right now. And even thank you very much for coming in and it's different talking to having leadership here. Mr. Not Rex and Mr. Mr. Haas. And so with that, and yesterday, last week, I did indicate that. Why did NTA send the janitor over? Came to an issue. And not, you know, you're sending a low-key position over to respond to the committee. While this should have been someone that was in management to actually make those, to answer those questions. Because we're harassed by the number of people, our constituent. I'm sure Honorable Damon has that same pressing need, and our people here in essentially cut, you know, they you know, I'm not too sure if they're on NTOs. I don't know, but maybe they're having this whole scenario here. But they go with us, this is the case. Again, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and for back over.
Yeah, honorable, so for the statement that you made, and you know, these are really heartfelt statements, and again, they're not coming from anywhere. I'm really glad that upper management and the management board are here to listen to some of the concerns by the members of Resources and Development Committee. Now, again, a lot of these concerns are for our constituents out in the greater part of the Navajo Nation that utilities provided by NTUA into these residential homes. Now, one of the things that with the management board being your upper management, you know, the diverse demographics here on Navajo Nation. You know, there was the illustration of only 4 customers per mile versus a municipality 500 customers per mile. Now, one of the things that I really think NTUA really needs to take a step back and really analyze, how is it that we can help our Navajo people that are on fixed income? When I say fixed income, I mean, this is below the federal poverty guidelines.
Yeah.
Not all of our constituents on Navajo average and median income. We have to understand that. You look at the average unemployment rate here on Navajo. A lot of our constituents resort to the federal subsidiaries that come across them, whether it's SNAP or some of the other assistance that we get from TANF. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is there are elders out there that are on fixed incomes. There's one elder that only gets $329 a month from Social Security. That's the wife. And the husband only gets $289. So imagine that's all you're living off of on a monthly basis. And with that, their utility bill is averaging almost $200 a month. And these are the concerns, and how is it that we can get to be more customer-centric, have that more customer-centric approach? Customer-centric meaning understanding these underlying diversity and demographics with our customers across your service areas. And again, we know that the utility industry is in the midst of rapid change, especially with the surge in demand for advanced technology. We all know that, right? We are in the information technology age right now. We're no longer in the ages that we were a decade ago or 2 decades ago. And, you know, there's the electric mobility and then converging with the growing demand for renewable energy. And I know that's what's on NTUA's radar. You know, the renewable energy sources and the sustainability that we all talk about. And so that goes into what is NTUA's plan in improving, and I know that you shared some of it here, but you know, a workflow to really understand more of improving customer service satisfaction. We talk about the portal right now, but apparently it went live, but there were some, you know, issues, technical issues, I hope. And when, you know, it could be rectified so that we could have or NTUA could actually have a portal that they can actually look to, so customers don't even have to step into the district offices no more to make payments or even submit an application for a new service request or transfer the applicant's name from one person to another. Again, transparency is key. And I'm glad that my colleagues have brought that up, but I think the main thing here is a customer-centric approach is what I would really want to have NTUA really look into. And I just learned that NTUA is really not an enterprise to the Navajo Nation. You know, and technically, you know, Navajo Nation Council back in January 22 of 1969, NTUA was established under Title 21 with public utilities and communication. You know, it's to provide, you know, natural gas services, with water, sewer operations, telecommunication, information services to increase electrical services across your service area. And this is what my colleagues had alluded to. You know, we stand here not ahead of you, behind you, but we want to stand alongside NTUA as to where we can make some of those changes under Title 21. Again, I know that, and we understand now that you're a nonprofit. So with all these inquiries and concerns that come in from the community members across the Navajo Nation, it always brings questions to leadership. What is going on for each one of the You know, I'm really glad that Honorable Otto So brought it up. Maybe now is the time to put that customer-centric approach in lines with, on a quarter basis, go out to the chapters and have one of your district staff to make a report, you know, what to have community members keep on their radar, and what are some new, you know, ideas that NTUA is looking at, and any concerns, you know, from customers, so that they can share that with you, and then that can be taken back to NTUA. So there's that back and forth dialogue instead of the one-way direction of implementation of certain policies. And again, I'm really glad that you depicted and illustrated to us the table here in regards to the different municipalities or border towns around Navajo Nation, and how much they charge for electric, water, gas, and we can share this with our constituents, and they'll hopefully have a general understanding of why their utility rates are where they're at right now, because again, there's a fluctuation. We know that the demand for heating goes up in the winter, so it's totally understandable. So again, it's just a proper dialogue, and I think, you know, conveying message in Navajo, I think that's very key as well. And having that translator, I think, would really help NTUA. And again, there's the side, as individuals, it is incumbent upon us as a customer to know when our bills are due. We sign these contracts with our vehicles, bank loans. A utility contract is just the same as a cell phone contract. And I think this is where, as leadership, we really need to step back as well and really start conveying that message to our constituents that they're partially responsible for this too. it's not just HUA's fault. I'm sure they get disconnection notices via their mailing address. How much more do we have to go to convey the message that this is your responsibility? On such and such a day of every month by this time, your utility payment is due. You know, and I just don't know how much further we have to go to exercise this type of message conveyed to our constituents. And again, as leadership, I just think that we need to continue to convey that message in hopes that we change the mentality that as leadership and as government, we're not going to be here for them forever. That they have to stand on their own 2 feet to hopefully be independent, resilient on their own. And again, this is the message we need to convey because we're in the 21st century. And I think that, you know, we can't always, you know, put so much on our enterprises, in this case, HUA, to say you need to do a better job. I know that you've exercised enough for your outreach, you know, services that you've provided. I heard your messages on, you know, the radio and the emails that you've been sending out. And I see your flyers out there. And I'm sure that you've done more than enough. And I'm actually sitting here saying, I'm sorry to say that our constituents, you know, really don't take this serious. And on the side note of that, I'd like to commend National Housing Authority through their Indian Housing Plan funds, who gave HUA, what, $10 million to pay that assistance for individuals that were behind payment, and we never recognized National Housing Authority when we say that they won't do anything. So I'm really glad that that partnership was created. And again, you know, kudos to National Housing Authority for the money that they get. And I'm hoping that, you know, you continue to have that partnership and hopes that going forward, you know, National Housing Authority funds can be utilized because RDC had approved the legislation for $92 million not too long ago through their Indian Housing Block Grant funds. So again, these are concerns from leadership, and these are valid, true concerns. Some of it are really back on our customers, and some of it is possibly, you know, here on HUA, but again, you know, just re-examining and reassessing your current, you know, methodology and going forward, how can you better set up a really good portal to where, like in the city of Phoenix, my daughter lives down there and my son, and they don't ever have to step foot into utility. They just go on an SRP on their cell phone and they pay their bill, boom, and their electricity is back on without having to call a customer service. Say, I paid my bill, when is it going to be back on? So that type of a setup would be really great as well. So again, I thank, you know, upper management and the management board for really taking the time today to really understand and learn and hear some of the concerns from leadership. And in hopes that we continue to work together going forward for the betterment of utility services for our constituents across the Navajo Nation and off the Navajo Nation. So again, and I just want to put that as some comments as Chair of Resources Development Committee. So I don't know if any other members of RDC, Honorable Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable colleagues. I'd just like to thank the NTUA team for being here, as well as the board. Thank you. Raise your hand. I think we got saw 1, 2, 3. Okay. Mr. Haas. Everybody out here, Rex. You know, I've reached out to NTUA, you know, regarding projects and everything like that, and they were, you know, I just want to thank you for, you know, reaching out to my communities, you know, on these ARPA projects, and, you know, getting things, you know, really the information out there, you know, and I just want to thank you for that. And again, You know, I mean, every time there was something that, you know, I needed as a delegate, you know, NTUA was there to respond. And I appreciate your response on that. And so I just wanted to, you know, I have not had a problem with NTUA, and I didn't participate in this program. I should have, but other constituents of mine have came to me, you know, saying, you know, the customer service, you know, needs improvement, and the calls, you know, calling, and you know, the portal, and all that, and no, I understand, you know, that, you know, there's a lot of room for improvement. You know, we can start here and move forward, the path forward on this. And I worked for another entity. What they did, I'm just gonna give an example, is, you know, I know this is, you know, Navajo preference, everything like that, but what they did is they just outsourced their call center to a call center in India. 50,000 a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know, and you probably have a hard time understanding. We probably get more complaints that way, but you know, it's just, you know. But I do like the direction you guys are going in. You know, looking forward to hiring more, you know, call centers and people that are going to help in that area. But I think we're gonna, as the population grows, you know, we're gonna need more, you know, more call centers, more, you know, outreach, community outreach, like my colleague said, you know, going out to the communities, you know, quarterly, you know, with, you know, depending on your staff, you know. I've been to a couple chapter meetings, you know, that I've seen NTUA there, you know, giving reports, whether it's, you know, telecommunication or what, you know, something, but, you know, I've seen them there, but I don't think I recall a report that, you know, they updated on this, you know, these, what we're discussing today on the billing, and so, but I would just, again, just like Madam Chair said, you know, just to really, you know, support NTUA on, you know, improving their customer service. I know there was a customer that was really disappointed because they got disconnected for like $30. And again, they weren't home as well. And they had to get their brother over there to, you know, make sure the porch light came on or something when the power came on. I didn't understand that, but I did ask that question at the last time, and you know, it was just in case the gas stove was on or, you know, something. So I don't know, you know, what the purpose is. I think us as Navajos, we make sure the gas is off and the lights are off, and you know, but I did have a question, you know, on your applications, you know, the total 707,261. Out of that, Western Agency had 1,094. Is that the intake of applications, or is that how much was assisted in this program? We'll follow up question after that.
Appreciate Vice Chair Johnson. So if I could have NTUA make the response to this question in regards to the 1,094 applicants for Western Agency.
That was an intake, not all of the applications were actually completed either. Some of those applications were incomplete applications. But that was the intake.
Okay. Vice Chair?
I got a second question on number 4, page 14. The the 35.34. Compared is in two ways, like what, the third highest on there? How do you guys set that rate? Because I know Mr. Haas talked about, the distance that this has to travel, and I did see that for every mile with the Navajo Nation is only 4 to 5 customers, and get to the city, it's 300 to 500 customers per mile. So there's a significant, the difference there. So I just wanted to understand how, you're the third highest in this.
Yeah, honorable vice chair, so he did with in regards to, I guess, terms of like, how is it calculated in terms of your formula or? So I'll give it back to NCUA.
Sure. We actually, in most cases, we actually hire an outside firm that helps us set the rate, so it's done professionally. We actually divide up all of our employees and indirect costs based on meters, and that way we attribute them to each utility. So we don't have somebody, Orlando isn't assigned to deal with water, is assigned to deal with one-to-one. The way we have to really attribute it is based on customer count, and then it's based on miles of assets and lines. We do have certain specific employees that are dedicated to that utility, like master system operators for water or gas. Those costs of those employees are embedded in that utility by itself, right? And then we take the indirect costs of that, and then we look at the volume that we sell. And the rate is really broken down in most cases. It's very simple methodology. It's broken down into a monthly fixed charge, and then it's broken down into a volume charge, right? And that's really, in most utilities, that's how it's basically broken down and taken care of through the process, right? So your rate will change based on the quantity that you use, right? And our operation and maintenance costs are greater than the cities around us per unit that we sell, just because the fact that we have so few customers per mile of line, and we have so much less volume that we actually sell, right? But we actually hire someone from the outside who does this for companies all over the United States to try to come up with the right methodology. What we've also done in the case for folks that are seniors on fixed income, we have a different rate for them. And what happens there is the monthly fixed charge is lower than the other customers' charges. And that's the way to help them along in the process. And most of the time, those folks also use less. So the volume rate would end up being less through the process. Those are the type of balances that are out there through the process. And when we try to do the rate analysis every 3 to 5 years, in addition to that, when we do increase rates, we have to go through a public process and inform the public. And we have to take that input in from the public and print up a book of all that input. We do it at every district level. So that they want to travel to Window Rock. We actually go to the district and have it in Navajo and in English. Sometimes it'll be more than one meeting, meaning that more than one in the district. And then what we end up doing is we have a meeting in front of our board in Window Rock, where they get the book of all the comments that were given, and all the comments were similar to what that were given ahead of time. And the public is actually allowed to speak at that public hearing, we call it, in Window Rock in front of the board. And then a decision process is made there. And most of the time, what happens in that process is the board will decide to do the rate increase over multiple years so that it's softer. They'll do a 5-year plan instead of a 1-year plan. The other thing is the water and wastewater utilities are subsidized by the electric and gas utilities. So the rates that we actually charge are less than our actual cost to provide those two services. And that's a decision that was predates me, and that's a decision that the board is going kind of has in place together. So our true cost of water and wastewater are actually greater than what our rates actually recover through the process, right? And if I'm allowed to continue on in this endeavor, some of the things that we're trying to do, as you mentioned, trying to transition into solar or other things, we're trying to end up being an export company on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And we want to take those dollars that we get from selling it to other communities to use those dollars to lower the cost of what our rest of our customers have to pay. And that's really what's going on with Red Days. So that's our very first export project. We have 15 communities, 13 from the state of Utah and 3 from the state of California. They paid more than the actual cost of building a plant and more than what it costs to operate the plant. And those extra dollars are reinvested directly back into the Navajo Nation, Navajo people's benefit. And they're utilized to keep the rates lower on the electric side than they would have. And they're also utilized to provide dollars to connect up folks that don't have enough money to get connected. And we hope to grow that tremendously. This is a great opportunity. And that's one way of, as you mentioned, how do we figure out how to offset costs for folks that are completely on a fixed income that we can't charge them enough to recover what it truly costs to provide them service. And at the same time, try not to have that cost be borne by the rest of the Navajo paying customers. And that's where our strategy has come through. And if I'm allowed to say one other thing, we understand that we need to do a better job in customer service. We understand that. We're working towards that. On September 22nd, we returned 12 people into the call center queue so that more calls could get answered. That happened on September 22nd. As Mr. Curley said, we hired those 10 additional employees that were dedicated to the payment plan. They're in a 3-week training program. We're not trying to hire them now. It's very hard to find and hire folks. They're already working for us. They are now in this program to be training, and they're going to be finishing up that training. I think it's like Friday, October 6th or 7th. And they will be going into the call center to help alleviate and allow more people to call in, to alleviate folks coming in the office. And in the office, you can pay your bill online. You don't have to pay it through the portal. If you get there and you go to one-time payment, the website takes you to the portal, but there's a slot right at the portal that lets you pay directly. So you don't have to come in, and you can do that. But what I do want to stress is when people Google N2A, there's other people coming up, not N2A, and people are paying them. They are paying us, but they're charging a fee to those customers, and we get the payments 3 days later. So people are coming in and saying, Mr. House, I paid. We go back and do the research. We didn't get paid. We're getting paid from this third party that you filled out and paid for, and we're getting 3 days later. So we don't even know that you paid. So we've been trying to re-educate and retell folks, please use the N2A direct payment method, because it basically we receive payment within 30 minutes, and it alleviates some of our problems that are out there. And we do need to do a better job in doing that. We did go to districts pre-COVID because there's 110 districts. It took us 3 years to get to every district at least once through the process. And our district personnel are doing that. It is true that we didn't do that program after COVID. We do go to districts, as you mentioned, on projects and other things. I'm very glad that all of you brought all these things back up, because we need to reinstitute that program of going to the districts on regular utility business. Be able to talk to them again, and we will do that. We'll take these things. But what I did want to stress is we've been working on this, and there are some things that are being implemented right now that you're going to see relief very fast. We haven't hired the manager, we haven't revamped that, but we've already got some of these things into play, and we do expect to see customer improvement by the end of October. Really, like I said, we've already sent 12 folks that started in 22nd. I think it's October 6th, the training's done, and those 10 employees will be in the call center on Monday. So those are things that we've been working on, taking time to do this. But this has been very important education, and we've heard this from other folks. And we thank you for the time, and we thank you for these explanations. We are aware that 34% of our customers are below the poverty line in the United States. We understand our per capita income is $10,700, the rest of the United States is $48,000. And we do understand that we have 15% unemployment rate, 6 times the national average. We understand all that things. One of the things we're trying to do is our employment in NCLA has grown from 500 employees to 900 employees in the last 15 years since I've been here. 97% of our employees are now folks, and we also have other Native American folks working for us. So we are trying to create more opportunities. There is between 200 and 600 contract employees who work for NCLA through NECA, through all of the construction dollars that you've given to us through ARPA-Net. And we do require that those employees have to follow NAVO preference. And we do follow what Mr. Otto Delegate so said before. Our dollars require that our contractors pay prevailing wage, and they sign agreements to pay prevailing wage. So they have to pay us, they have to make sure they're paying the proper federal wage, because we believe that the NAVO people deserve that and should get those dollars. So we're trying, we need to do a lot better. I understand that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about this and address it and hear a lot of these things firsthand. So thank you, folks, for your time and your insight.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hassan. Vice Chair, does that clarify your questions?
Yes.
So with that, any other members of RDC with any additional comments or questions? Honorable Alonso.
This, one area, I was in, I think that's Title 21 again. The Board of Commissioners, are they all, I know they have term limits and not term limits, I guess expiration dates that are placed for their key role. How many is up for replacement, and has the board of has this position been advertised? It's just that general information, because we know that you know, came across an enterprise that had a carryover for X number of years, and I don't know, the enterprise never addressed that. I just wanted to know what is your status on the Board of Commissioners, and then if so, what's the timeline to get these? Are they being, if the position need to be filled, have you already, you know, did your advertise and things like that, so that you know those positions could be filled? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Officer. So that we report back over to NPA.
Sure, we have 7 board members, and basically they're up in 2 2s and 3s, and the RDC is the group that we have board members in place, and all of our board members' positions are current. The last round that came up, you gave me a new board member and replaced one of our board members. And Kathy is here, maybe. The most recent one, our board members' terms expired in October. There's 2 of them this time around. We do have normally 1 board member from RDC that's on our board. It's at RDC's discretion to change that board member. So Mark Freeland is really the only holdover board member that is there. We plan to bring to you, we've already advertised, and we're getting the information together to you. The information generally comes to you in the November timeframe or late October of the 2. 2 of the board members who are now currently terms expire, they did not reapply. So we'll be looking at getting 2 additional board members plus whatever you're trying to do with the normal representative from RDC. And we would hope and expect that we would put them in place starting in December to arrive at our January or February board meeting. That's traditionally how it's gone through the process. And the reason for that is because it allows the board members who've been there to finish the whole year and be able to provide a whole year's worth of information. If I get someone who comes in December, when we go through the year-end analysis, those people will not have any experience in it. They would have been in the process, would have been in those meetings. So that's why we try to do it and get it set up so that people are going on in December, and the board members start in January. So yes, 2 board members term will expire at the end of October. And we will already advertise, remaining advertising stuff will be coming to you to do that. We don't do anything about the Arkansas State. So we will decide on how to replace that or we want to do and those kind of things. But traditionally, we don't do any of that. And I can describe the process for you. You interview folks and, you generally have an interview. Most folks will either come directly to you, you'll have them come out here, or you'll phone interview them through the process. And you usually will take a meeting, then the second meeting will usually do the appointment. But we've been very current on it, and we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Huss. Honorable Armstead. Okay, so that clarified his question. So with that, the appointment from Resources Development Committee still has yet to be agreed upon. So definitely that will be forthcoming in collaboration with our legal counsel to draft up the legislation. So with that, Mr. Tyler.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the position that Resource and Development will hold on the NQA Board of Directors that, as Mr. Haas indicated, is currently held by Mark Freeland. However, how that legislation is drafted, he stays on until his term ends. Unfortunately, there's nothing in the draft legislation that points him to the board that indicates that once his term as an RDC or 24th Nomination Council ends, that he is removed and RDC can appoint a new one. Ms. Khan or April Quinn can further expand on how the legislation was drafted and how Mr. Freeland will stay on the board until either he resigns or until his term is up. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
We're going to take Mr. Coffey. Again, that would be a discussion that we would have internally with the committee. So we'll get together with our legal counsel and legislative. So with that, any other questions or comments, members from Resource Development Committee? In closing, I'd just like to again thank upper management as well as the managing board for coming out and being here with us and giving us a thorough report on the reconnection fees and collection, and also expounding more on your strategy going forward and having to allow more customer service dialogue. And again, thank you for being here to us today. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and call for your roll call vote. Mr. Harvey.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is accepting report for receiving report item C. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Still good news, votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Adasa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Adasa votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
With that, motion carries. And again, thank you again to Napa Tribal Utility Authority stakeholders. Thank you so much for your report here this afternoon and being here with us and being patient and waiting all day for your report. Your Resources Development Committee. And thank you for all the hard work and effort and communication and collaboration. And we continue to have dialogue with you all. Again, have yourself a great afternoon. So with that, we go on to item letter B, the report on the interstate opportunities for all acts introduced by Representative Eli Crane, Republican for the state of Arizona. And Representative Paul Gosar, Republican for Arizona, that would nullify the Biden-Harris restriction on the withdrawals of public lands surrounding Tahoe Canyon National Park, historical park by the United States government interior for 20 years and a possible federal government shutdown. We don't have presenter Mr. Carlisle Gay, who is our government, federal, state government advisor to the Spring Technology Council president. But right now, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Alonso.
I would like to, request that we defer this to the next, committee meeting. Utilizing the chair's authority. We don't have to vote. Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you, please state that?
I just like to ask that, we defer this report to the next committee. Use your chair authority, just defer it over and it'll be on the next agenda. That's all. Thank you. We don't have to vote.
So with that, we will go ahead and defer this to the next resource development committee, because as it was stated to us that our presenters have to be in person. And again, I'd like to go ahead and refer this item letter B to the next resource development committee meeting. So with that,
Madam Chair, members of RDC, just for your reference. If the government does shut down, it'll happen at the end of this month, and next RDC meeting will not happen until October 11th. So I would need to retitle this report that's going to be happening.
okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey, for sharing that information. So with that, members of Resource Development Committee, we go on to item number 8, close the meeting. Do we have any announcements, members of Resource Development Committee to share? If not, so I'd like to call for adjournment. May I get a motion to adjourn? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Nez and Mr. Tony, please take a roll call vote.
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Sean Ankla, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we will officially adjourn at 3:40 p.m. And again, thank you to all of the